sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before me, let the healing come. Bless the Lord, oh my soul. Oh, my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul, I worship Your holy name. You're rich in love and You're slow to anger. Your name is great and Your heart is kind. For all Your goodness I will keep on singing. 10,000 reasons for my heart to cry. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship His holy name. Sing like never before. Oh, my soul, I worship Your holy name. I worship Your holy name. Lord, I worship Your holy name.
Thank you, Joel and team, for invoking the God's blessings. Now I request Professor Thomas Gunchilan to escort the guests on the dais.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು
ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ.
ಫೇಸಿಗೆ ಲೈಟ್ ಕೊಡು.
I request Professor Thomas Gunchilan to welcome the gathering.
A warm and hearty welcome to all of you to this significant one-day workshop on outcome-based education. We are truly honored and privileged to have such a distinguished gathering of academic luminaries, administrators, and educators with us today. It is indeed a momentous occasion as we gather here to delve into the realm of the outcome-based education, an approach that is reshaping the landscape of modern education. This workshop has been meticulously organized to provide our esteemed faculty members an opportunity to explore, discuss, and imbibe the principles and practices of the outcome-based education, which is pivotal in equipping our students with the skills, knowledge, and attitudes necessary to excel in the dynamic and ever-evolving world. So on this occasion, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Mendes Jacob for his expertise and insights and for his invaluable and knowledge he'll be sharing with us today. Welcome, Dr. Mendes Jacob. We too are delighted to welcome Dr. Sunil Job as our esteemed resource person for this workshop. Welcome, Dr. Sunil Job. A hearty welcome to Dr. Ravi J.D. Saldana, our respected principal, whose dynamic leadership has led St. Philomena's College to numerous milestones. Your presence is a beacon of inspiration. Welcome, Principal Dr. Ravi J.D. Saldana. A warm welcome to Mr. Nagarajaras, the Vice Principal Academics, whose dedication to academic excellence continues to guide our institution to greater heights. Your presence today encourages us. Welcome, Professor Nagarajaras. We extend a warm welcome to Mr. Ronald Prakash Kutina, the Vice Principal Administration, whose efficient administration ensures the seamless functioning of our college. Sir, your presence enhances the importance of this workshop. Welcome to Mr. Prakash Kutina. A hearty welcome to Professor Ahmed Pinto, the PG Director, whose commitment in shaping the postgraduate education is commendable. Sir, your insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussions. Welcome to this workshop, Professor Ahmed Pinto. A warm welcome to Ms. Lydia Vandana, the Controller of Examinations, whose meticulous planning and execution contribute to the smooth conduct of the examinations. Welcome, Madam. Last but not least, a cordial welcome to all our UG and PG teaching faculty, whose dedication to teaching and molding the young minds is truly commendable. Your active participation is the driving force behind the success of this workshop. Welcome, dear teachers. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Let the discussions, interactions, deliberations, and insights of today's workshop guide us towards a brighter educational future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for welcoming the gathering. I also extend a warm welcome to Professor Thomas Gunshilan, the IQC coordinator. I request all the delegates on the days to water the sapling as a mark of the inaugurating the day's workshop. A round of applause would be a good sign. Thank you all. Without wasting much time, we'll move on to session 1. Bloom's taxonomy is not a thing which we are familiar with. And the first session will help us to enhance the knowledge what we have on Bloom's taxonomy. To carry on this session, I request Dr. Viveka Mary from PG Department of Commerce to introduce the speaker for the session.
Dr. Sunil Job, KA, MSc, MEd, MPhil, PhD, RSCE, is a highly esteemed resource person in data analytics and visualization, machine learning, OBE, and Bloom's taxonomy. Dr. Sunil Job has more than 25 years of experience in teaching and more than 10 years in corporate consultancy. He holds a PhD in mathematical education and has been an associate professor at MG University College of Teacher Education from 1999. He started his career as assistant professor at Carmela Rani Training College, Kollam. He has served as visiting team member of NCTE for grant of recognition and as a resource person for the Affiliation Renewal Committee of MG University. An active blogger in cutting-edge technologies in IT, education, and data science, Dr. Job has published articles in national journals and authored academic books and a reference manual in mathematics. He has served as resource person for a number of faculty development programs in outcome-based education, data science, e-learning, etc. Currently serving as an adjunct professor, Marian College, Kutikanam, Autonomous, and is the Chief of Academics, IPSR Solutions Limited. We are honored to have you as a resource person for this FTP, sir. Welcome. And let us take this opportunity to grow and learn together. Thank you. Over to you.
So coming closer will be more better. Okay, so once again, a very good morning to one and all. And also, I would like to thank the ma'am who introduced. She has given a very good introduction about me. So thank you, ma'am, for your awesome introduction about me. So first of all, let me thank the IQSC coordinator as well as the organizing committee of this one-day workshop, demystifying outcome-based education, for inviting us to be a part of you and to share our ideas and experiences so that we can both have a win-win situations. And I don't think that I am a new face to you because I was here a couple of years back, I think before COVID, for one or two sections we had together and we have interacted. And actually, in that section also, we have just made some reflections on Bloom's taxonomy. And here also, we are starting this segment with the Bloom's taxonomy because we know that Bloom's taxonomy is that important when we are going in the lines of outcome-based education. It is a guiding light for you at the formulation stage, because if we can consider the pipeline of implementation of Bloom's this outcome-based education in three phases. Definitely, first phase will be formulation of the curriculum. So if you want to have a proper curriculum in the lines of outcome-based education, you should have a thorough concept of Bloom's taxonomy. And secondly, the phase where we are interacting with the students, that is where we should have the real outcome-based education
implemented in our pedagogical approaches, in our strategies, in the way in which we give assignments. So that is the main phase. When we say that we have implemented outcome-based education, what I have seen everywhere is that they have put some POPSOs in the website and also made some calculations and said that it's 100% implemented. That's wrong. The real life of outcome-based education is how you are interacting with the students, whether you are going with an outcome-based approach. So that should filter down into our methodology, our pedagogical approaches, and in deciding the different strategies of learning, we have to introduce this outcome-based approach there. And finally, the third phase in implementation of outcome-based education is the post-active phase, which is the assessment phase. So here also we have to assess the students' progress and performance on the basis of the outcomes that we have showcased at the beginning of the program. So in all these three phases, the Bloom's taxonomy is something vital. So that is why in every sections, we have been giving a number of online sections. Probably you may have already attended that section. But even if you have gone through that, let it be a revisit so that it will be an added advantage in your journey of outcome-based education. So let me take that. So here we go with the first segment of the day, that is outcome-based education. I would not Bloom's taxonomy. I would like to rename it as demystifying Bloom's taxonomy, because we already know what is Bloom's taxonomy, and already we had many reflections on Bloom's taxonomy. So obviously we know that this is a taxonomy is nothing but a classification, and this classification, as we know, that it is been given by Benjamin Bloom. So what did he classify? Actually, learning is a process which has to progress from simple and direct to complex and abstract. That is the roadmap of learning. Whatever learning that happens, it should begin with the simple and direct phase to the complex and abstract phase. So this roadmap between the simple and complex is been classified into different levels of learning. And that's what about Bloom's taxonomy. So Benjamin Bloom has given a very good classification of the roadmap between the simple to complex, or from direct to this abstract roadmap. It has been classified. So let us go and check out this what is there in the Bloom's taxonomy. So to show justice to Bloom's taxonomy is all about learning. So obviously, it is always better to start with what is learning. Obviously, we know that learning is a process. Learning is a process. Wherever there is learning, wherever there is a process, the process will be leading to some product. So learning is a process that brings about some changes in the student's behavior. So that product that we are expecting from the learning is that the student's behavior has to be changed. So obviously we know that if you go to a class and interact with the students for about 1 hour, at the beginning of the class, the students will be having certain initial level of behavior. And after completion of our 1 hour or more of interaction with the students, will they be in the same level? will they be in the same level? Definitely not. If they are of the same level, all of the time that we have spent on the students is going as a waste. They will be elevated to some higher level. And what is the difference between this higher level that the students have attained and the initial level? That is nothing but the outcome of your class. That is nothing but the intended outcome of your class. And what outcome-based education do? We have to fix this outcome, what the student's behavior is going to be after the class have to be fixed first. And we have to drive our curriculum in the lines so that this is attained. Simple terms, that is outcome-based education. So that is what I was speaking about. One class that you're going to take for a topic that you're going to teach. Suppose instead of the topic, if you are going to look at this at a higher level, you are given with a course to teach. You are given with a course to teach. Definitely before interacting on that course content, the students will be having the same thing, initial behavior. And after completing of that course, definitely the students will be elevated to a higher level. What is the difference? What is the difference? You can just interact. What is the difference? That is that outcome that the course is going to bring about. We call it as course outcome. So what is the course outcome? Being the teachers are the highest resource persons in the area. They will be able to know what the students will be able to do after completing of the course. That difference. The process will be extended about 6 months or something like that up throughout the semester. So the difference will be the course outcome that has to be fixed the first, and we have to ensure this is attained. That is outcome. That is outcome-based education when we look from a course perspective. Let us go a little more higher. When the students come here and join for a degree program or a PG program, definitely they will be expected to have some initial level of learning or behavior, whatever it may be. And by the end of the program, that is after 3 years or 2 years of now integrated period, integrated programs will take it to up to 4 years. After 4 years, they will be elevated to a higher level. Here the difference, we will call it as program. So definitely learning is a process that transfers, that elevates the students to higher level, higher order of their behavioral traits. And that is learning. And now coming to Bloom's taxonomy, I'm not going to outcome-based education at this point of time. When I come to the Bloom's taxonomy, we told that the learning has brings about some change. Learning brings about some change. That change can happen either in the way in which you think. That is, the change can happen on the way in which you think. That is, the change can happen in the intellectual process. The change can happen in the way in which we feel. We set emotions. We set attitudes. The change can happen in that way. And the change can happen in the third way, how we do things. Something related to motor skills. These are the 3 areas where the change can happen. This is what Bloom has been telling about. So we identified the component of change could be fragmented into 3: think, feel, and do. These are the 3 areas where the change can happen. So Bloom's taxonomy is been all about the change which has been happening about these 3 domains. And I told you in the first stage that taxonomy has been classifying this change from the simple to the highest level in different hierarchy. That is what Bloom's taxonomy is all about. So let us check it out. Bloom's. The gentleman smiling at you is nothing but Benjamin Bloom. He has come with this taxonomy in 1956, and later his associate Anderson has revised it in 2001. Because when we are using Bloom's taxonomy, you may be seeing 2 flavors. One which has been given by Benjamin Bloom's, the original format, and later on it has been revised in 2001 by Anderson, his associate. So I think that first statement which has been there is more encouraging. Is more encouraging to the teachers. What is it? You can read it and enjoy yourself. Are you having an enjoyment? What any person in this world can learn, almost, if they are not challenged in any way, almost all persons can learn if they are provided with appropriate, prior, and current conditions. So if you want to bring some learning in the students, that has to be supported by some prior conditions. Because learning happens in a continuum, as I told in the roadmap, it should progress from simple to complex. So the learning becomes effective when we are able to figure out what is the level of learning that we are going to give to the students and whether they are equipped with something prior to that. So the prior and current condition, there is a chaining link that has been happening. And if you are able to explore it correctly, then what Benjamin Bloom said becomes true. Anybody can learn. So how to make a connection between prior and current condition? It's through the Bloom's taxonomy. The Bloom's taxonomy will be giving you insight on what's the topic and what is the level of learning that you're going to make in the students and what is the prerequisite for that. The Bloom's will be giving you guiding light. So that's the importance of Bloom's taxonomy. And further going down, the Bloom's taxonomy is a set of 3 hierarchical models used to classify the education objectives into the level of complexity and specificity. What is it? What is it? 3 hierarchical models. 3 hierarchical models. What are the 3? I told you that change can happen in three areas. The way in which you think, the way in which you feel, and the way in which you do things. And the learning in these levels will happen in a progression from simple to complexities, and that level has been classified by Benjamin Bloom. And here we will be going with the first one, that is how in which we think in formulating the curriculum, and the others will be embedded in the curriculum as a hidden curriculum. So that is all about cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Cognitive, the way in which you think; affective, the way in which you feel, and how we set attitudes; and the third one, how we do things. So this is I think I put it out. So this seems to be a little more better. That I'm flying some aeroplane or something like that. Okay, I feel like. Yeah. Definitely. This gives me more freedom. So this is Bloom's taxonomy revised. So here, this is something very familiar to you. This is how the learning happens in the cognitive domain. The cognitive domain is nothing but how we think. Our intellectual ability progresses with respect to some area of knowledge. So here what we do is that the cognitive domain are normally nurtured by knowledge. So how we accumulate knowledge, how the learning ladder in the knowledge domain should progress, that has been specified here in the Bloom's taxonomy. So that roadmap between simple to complex in this cognitive domain is been classified into 6 levels. 6 levels, we know that. So what is the basic? The first level of learning, as suggested by Bloom, is remembering, because this is only a refresher course, because we already know that, remembering. And what comes after remembering? Understanding. And after that, applying. We will be going to analyzing, evaluating, and creating. If you're going with the previous version, right? The first version of the 1956 version, this remembering will be, the last 2 will be changed. The top level will be evaluating, and instead of creating, synthesizes. Analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. That's the change in the first version. We are not going into that. Suppose if you are referring some Google and says that this is not the order, this is the revision, right? So now let us just check out all this. What When do we say that? I remember. Remembering means what type of learning? It is a, what type? What type of is remembering? When we try to memorize something, we recall the things from the memory. So if you want to memorize something, there is no particular that you should know the meaning of what you memorize. You keep it in memory, right? So that is the first thing. That is, we are connected with the external world through the five senses, right? We are connected with the external world through the five senses. You see, it will be recorded in the memory. You hear, it will be recorded in the memory. You feel, it will be recorded in the memory. You taste, it will be recorded in the memory. So through the five senses, the senses are the doorways by which we are connected with the external world. So whatever impulses, whatever stimulus that comes through the five senses will be first recorded in the memory, even without knowing what exactly it means. So that level is remembering. So at this stage, what the students will be able to do? They will be only able to recall what they have sensed from the external world, isn't it? Recall or recognize. Recall or recognize. These are the specifications, behavioral specifications that you can expect from the students at this stage. So will it remain as such always? No. So that is the things that is been recorded in the memory. You start thinking about that. What is the meaning behind it? What is the meaning behind it? So that thought will elevate the learning from memory level to what level? A meaningful level. That is understanding. We will try to explore the meaning of what we have sensed, isn't it? So at this stage, it is we try to understand about the concepts. The concepts have some abstractions which is already there in there, isn't it? Because we know that all the concepts related to any field of study will have some abstractions. So when we are started thinking about that, we will try to retrieve the meaning about what we have stored in the memory. That is what we could say as understanding level. We understand something. So when we understand something, they have gone little more higher, isn't it? In the third level, so we understood, we gained some knowledge, we got some meaning that will be there in us, isn't it? When does it becomes useful? When does the meaning that we have learned something, we develop the concepts, a lot of things are there in me. So when it will become meaningful? When we transfer our learning, that is meaningful learning, into some unfamiliar situation. I repeat, what situation? Unfamiliar situations, and solve the problems. So what is that? You are applying. So only after having a thorough knowledge about the concepts, we'll be able to transfer that into some relevant situations. That becomes application, and that becomes meaningful. So application level. So application level is little more upper in the hierarchy of learning in this ladder. And what comes next to that? Analyzing. What happens in analyzing? What really happens in analyzing? So in the first stage, we are just transferring. In analyzing, what you do? Because the world around us is very complex, right? We have to interact with complex situations. So how do we interact with the complex situations? We will not take the complex situation as a whole. In order to reduce the complexities, what we do? We will fragment the situations into appropriate components, and we apply the knowledge, our knowledge, to the different compartments, and we try to identify the relationship between these components. That is analysis. So in analysis, we are just dealing with, the students will deal with the complex situations. In order to lessen the complexities, we will not be handling the complex situation as a whole. We'll be compartmentalizing the things into separate compartments, and then we'll be applying the knowledge into that particular compartments, and then try to find out the relationship between them. For example, if you are taking the human body, isn't it? We can fragment it into different ways. One way of doing it is we can divide it into the skeleton system, the muscular system, the nervous system together will form the human body. So you can have a specialized learning about these separately. And if you are having some problems with the health issues, we can have a analytical analysis into how these systems are function independently and find out the relationship between them and have a better specialized learning. Isn't it? So analysis always involve breaking down the system. Suppose if you're doing a computer program, and suppose if there is a some error that happened in the program, what will you do first? You will be fragmenting the entire program. The entire program will be divided into different segments. Be fragmenting into different independent, isn't it? Independent components, and then we'll check how it has been functioning. Separately, you'll be applying your learning into the different components, and you'll be integrating it and finding out the relationship. When you're doing research, what you're doing? You'll be setting one objective. And for studying that objective, we'll be fragmenting that objective into different components, different tables you'll be creating for analysis. And we'll be connecting all these observations, and then we'll be putting out our observations. That is analysis. So analysis means higher order application, where we are fragmenting the situations into different components. And the next one will be evaluating. Evaluating means what happens in evaluation? What happens in evaluation? Normally, analysis and evaluation will come very closer to each other. Because only after a thorough analysis, you can pass judgment. Evaluation, you have to pass your judgment, right, with respect to some criteria. So you will be able to have a thorough evaluation only after a thorough analysis. Suppose if I have asked you to evaluate 2 mobile phones, I am asking you to evaluate the performance of 2 mobile phones. What will you do? You will just divide the 2 branded mobiles are there. You will be just dividing it into different components. What will be the first component? What is the cost? Cost of 2 mobile phones, isn't it? What is the battery life? What is the functioning of the camera pixels? Likewise, you will be dividing it into different components, right? And we'll be analyzing the performance. And on the basis of this analysis, we'll be passing the final evaluation that this is superior to the second one because these are some of the characteristics. So before giving the judgment evaluation, what did you do? You've analyzed. If you want to analyze, you want to apply your learning, your concept into different components, isn't it? So this comes in a hierarchy: direct application, then analyzing, and then evaluating. Suppose if you ask to judge a dance form, what will you do? Not by looking, you'll be having a criteria, isn't it? How these the costume wise, or the step wise, the music wise. Likewise, different criteria will be there. We'll be evaluating, we'll be analyzing the performance of the different these participants separately, and then we'll be combining this, and we'll be evaluating. Have you gone for NRF ranking? NRF ranking, we'll be submitting the performance of 1 year, isn't it? With respect to the different criteria, teaching, learning, research, and like perceptions. So what NRF they are doing? They will be analyzing the performance of the colleges who have submitted their SSR, isn't it? And then they will be evaluating. They will be analyzing the performance one by one and giving scores. And then combining the scores, and then they will be evaluating. Okay, the best college of India will be in the house, like that. It is engineering college, IIT, Madras, like that. How it has happened? That ranking is an evaluation. Before evaluation, they have analyzed the performance of all colleges on the basis of criteria. That's something happening. And what comes at the top? Creating. Creating means you are bringing something new. So how creation happens? How creation happens? Why do we say that creation comes after analysis? After analysis and evaluation. When we evaluate something, right? When we evaluate something, we will feel that whether everything is perfect or whether there is some defect or shortcomings is there. So if there is any shortcomings, what will be the next step? We have to fix it, isn't it? So we have to create something new in order to solve the problems. So that is how the creation should come after evaluations. Why we are giving that much priority to review of literature in PhD works? Normally, when we get thesis for evaluation, we see that no genuine analysis or is been done with respect to the just copy. Because when we are having a thorough and this review of literature, that gives you a thorough picture on what is happening in the area that we are studying. So what is the shortcomings? What next to be added? That will be the spark of leading light that will trigger out your imaginations into a constructive way where you can contribute. Creation happens. So evaluations will feel you there is what is the necessity for the particular situation, and invention and this necessity could be considered as the mother of invention. So it should go in that way. So this is how the knowledge should progress in an academic ladder. It should progress from the basic level of this remembering, and it should go up to the level of creativity where we can contribute something to the level of knowledge. So this, I know that you all familiar, just given you a revisit to these concepts. Now we will be going into these levels one by one, and we will try to frame questions from your area. So that makes it more clear and vivid, right? So learning is a process engineered in such a way that one level is a prerequisite for the other, and learning happens in a continuum. Obviously, isn't it? So you can just feel how the learning progress. How? First, suppose if I introducing something newly, definitely what the students may not be able to understand completely. He will just try to remember something, and then only he will try to think about it and brings meaning, isn't it? So why Bloom have told that everybody can learn if prior and current conditions are matched in a perfect way. Suppose if you want to make an application level learning, if you want to apply some content into some unfamiliar situations, the student should be familiar with the prior condition. Should be what? They should be thorough with the knowledge, etc. The knowledge, the concept, the theories related to that particular level should be there, prerequisite. Then only you'll be able to apply it, isn't it? Otherwise, there will be a lot of gulf between these. That will not be a thorough. If you want to have an analytical level, you should have an application level knowledge in the different compartments to which the complex situations are fragmented, isn't it? Then only you can apply it and find out the relationship. So likewise, one is a prerequisite for the other, and learning should go in a continuum. So now I have trisected this slide into three. What are the three areas? One, because learning is something which has been happening inside the students, and you will be able to know whether they have learned from the behavior that they manifest, isn't it? The learning is something which has been happening inside, which will not be directly seen. We are able to judge the learning through some projective techniques by which they display how they interact or react with some stimulus before which they have not been there in that particular way. So only by the responses that is why what is the test and examinations that you're giving? What is the test and examinations that you're giving to the students? The test and examinations are nothing but the stimulus. And what the students answer, they are the responses. And you are just checking whether responses are in the right way. Before it was not that. Isn't it? Your product of learning, your product of teaching and learning has transferred them from the first level into the level where they are able to give the right responses to the stimulus that you're giving. The questions are nothing but the stimulus that you give to the students. So, remembering, when the students remember, what is the behavior that they elicit? The ability to recall, because it is a memory level of learning, ability to recall facts, ability to recall methodology, knowledge of facts, dates, etc. That is a remembering level question, isn't it? So if you ask the students, okay, when did the First World War? When did the First World War begin? The students will give answer. When will the Second World War begin? So so they will be remembering the date, memory level, but they may not be able to understand what is First World War, what is the cause of First World War, what led to First World War, what are the countries that has been participating in the First World War. Without knowing that, they will be answering this question. Just remembering. You can ask a question: who is the author of Midsummer Night's Dream? So they would have remembered that Shakespeare, William Shakespeare. He said, even without reading that Midsummer Night's Dream, they are able to answer that question. Isn't it? The question is that name the author. So you can name the author by hearting them. A lot of GK questions could be by hearted. That do not mean that the person who a PhD in Shakespeare play, this question only demand that. This question will only demand that. Just memorizing that do not mean that you have to read the entire thing, play, and critically evaluate. Nothing is significant in this question. So that demand only what? Remembering level question. So these are the verbs that may help you to formulate, the verbs that may help you to formulate questions in remembering level. It may help, but the authority is you, whether to take it or not. Isn't it? What cognitive challenge this question give to the students? Whether it is only touching the memory. Isn't it? You have to decide. So these are the verbs that may help you. For example, I have just put one question. List the various domains, domain in Bloom's taxonomy. I just ask you to list, isn't it? So I told that there are that change can happen in 3 areas. One, in the intellectual level, 2, feelings, and 3rd, in the way in which you do things. So we have given some technical name to these as cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domain. So you can, my question is only to name. Isn't it? Name. Name means you can recollect it from the memory. Your ability to recall this name will make you answer that question. Isn't it? So that will impose the cognitive challenge of remembering only. Isn't it? So you'll be answering. Okay, cognitive domain, affective domain, and psychomotor domain. Okay. What is the next question? Define multiculturalism. Define. Define means you have to write the definition, the words which has been given by some sociologists, isn't it? Some educators regarding what multiculturalism. And when we go for valuation, I've seen the teachers who are deducting marks for making some small spelling errors and punctuation marks in the definitions, isn't it? Because they are giving importance to cramming. Something which has been said by someone should be automatically rewritten by us without any error. Without any error. So what? So he will be cramming something even without knowing, and he will be writing, and he will be getting marks. So this question, define. When we write definition, obviously it can go upper, but this question can be answered by a memory level of learning by hearting the things. So I think you can write one question from your area. I will not make you read. Just I'll give you 1 minute. A remembering level question. I won't make you read now. You can keep it. We will progress one by one. One simple question. Don't write a very big question. Simple question. I just define multiculturalism. Some words are there. You can use that words. So just the question that demand remembering. So okay, I think this much time is sufficient. Because the area that you are handling. I'm not going to make you read now. At the end, if you get time, we can have a discussion on that. Not everybody's, one or two in random. Going to what level? Next level. Going to the next level, which is understanding. So what happens in the understanding? Before it is not necessary, isn't it, meaningful learning? Just for cramming. Not necessary. Here, what is necessary? The students should able to understand the concept, the meaning behind what you have taught. Isn't it? Suppose if you're teaching something, there will be some concepts related to that, some facts, concepts, theories. If you're teaching, the student should be able to understand what is implied in that theory. Isn't it? They can by heart the thing, but here what they have to demand, what is demanded is that they have to understand the meaning behind. So conceptual learning happens. So now they understand the concepts. So these are the things that happens in that level. Understanding informations. Okay, grasp meaning. All these things may happen. And these are the verbs that can help you to formulate questions. Describe. Explain. If you want to explain something, what you need, you should know the topic that you are explaining. The knowledge should be there. Then only you can explain, describe, summarize. Isn't it? Make it short. Isn't it? Summarize the things. If you want to summarize something, you have to know what the entire content. So these questions, if you are, these verbs may help you. But these verbs are not mutually exclusive. The verbs that you can use at this level, understanding, can be used at the higher level, provided if you give the permission. You are the authority. If that verb demand a cognitive challenge equivalent to analytical level, you can pull it. Just showcasing some verbs, that's all. So you can just see that question. What is that? Before I asked what name. So a name or list the various domains. So even without knowing what is happening in each domain, you can answer. Now, what did I ask? Explain the various levels of learning in cognitive domain. So obviously, you will be able to explain because we have gone into details, isn't it? The cognitive domain, the learning progresses from in 6 levels of hierarchy, from remembering to create, and you'll be able to explain it very beautifully, isn't it? You have answered what affective domain. Will you be able to explain it now? In affective domain, the learning happens in receiving, responding, valuing, organizing, characterizing, 5 levels. But you will not be able to answer at this point of time because it comes as a hidden curriculum. That is why I didn't go deeper into that. If you want to set values, you receive something and you respond, and then you try to value it, whether it is okay, value. Then you will organize whatever is significant to you and you make it as a part of your mission. That is how at the affective domain happens. So did you get it? You answered the first affective domain, but at this, if I ask explain affective domain, it will not be able to answer because you didn't go into the details of that. You didn't understand what is happening in the affective domain. But cognitive domain, you have answered. So did you get it clear? So describe something, illustrate something. This could be done only when we know the meaning of what is implied. So you can prepare one question. Prepare one question in your area at understanding level. You can use explain or something like that. Very easy, very easy. Okay, set. Okay, that's right. What is applying? What is applying? Applying means, okay, now we have understood some theories, some concepts we have already applied. We also already understood that. So, application means what? Transferring the knowledge into some unfamiliar situations. Unfamiliar situations. Isn't it? And to solve the problems related to that. So what are the skills which will be demonstrated by these students at this level? Use the method, concept, theory, all these things they have understood in new situations. They are transferring it to in some unfamiliar, or unfamiliar means a new situations. They're transferring it. Solve problems using the required skills or knowledge. Isn't it? They are confronting with a problem. So they are solving the problems by the knowledge that they have gained from their learning of the past. So applying that their knowledge. So these are the action verbs that may help you to formulate questions at application level. That is applying. So calculate, apply, solve, illustrate, use, demonstrate. All these verbs can help you to formulate questions at this level. So now, because we have discussed about Bloom's taxonomy, right? So that is why I have taken the first questions from Bloom's taxonomy. Isn't it? The first two questions you will be remembering, right? A remembrance level, just ask you to list, then explain. What did I ask here? What is the question related to the Bloom's taxonomy here? Frame few questions related to each domain in your subject. That is, I am asking you to transfer the learning that you have attained in our previous section, Bloom's taxonomy, to your subject and frame questions of different levels. So what is that? The thing that you are doing now, isn't it? I asked you to apply Bloom's taxonomy and frame one question from your subject. What is that? I want to make you apply. I want to make you apply the knowledge of Bloom's taxonomy in framing questions. Suppose I ask you, okay, frame one application level question, or frame one understanding level question from your subject. You're framing it in the lines of Bloom's taxonomy means you are transferring the knowledge of Bloom's taxonomy to your subject for framing questions. So what is that? If you're able to successfully do that, I could say that you have attained what level of Bloom's taxonomy? Apply level of Bloom's taxonomy. You have attained apply level of Bloom's taxonomy. You heard it, you saw it first, then when I've explained it, you understood it, and when I asked you to frame questions, you have transferred that knowledge. So you have reached what level? Application. You have reached the application. What is the next one? Illustrate few multiculturalistic practices in education. Illustrate. So in educational system, they know that what is multiculturalism, isn't it? Because in the previous slide, we asked when we define. In the second slide, I asked to restate, right? What is multiculturalism in their own words, right? Multiculturalism in their own words. When they are writing it in their own words, that means they understood the meaning. Now I ask them to apply that knowledge and identify some practices in the educational system, in the classes, isn't it? In your educational system, in the educational institution, what are the multicultural practices that you could see, isn't it? So they will be exploring that, they are applying that knowledge and say, okay, the curriculum is much multicultural. So the different days that we are commemorating is a multiculturalistic practices that the institution is doing. So multiculturalism, respecting each other culture without losing its identity. That's multiculturalism. That is, it needs as a value of tolerance to keep all the diversities together. So if they're able to apply that knowledge and identify these things, that will be application level. So you can frame one application level question. Application level questions. Suppose if it is in the physics, you are teaching Ohm's law, and if you're giving a problem with the Ohm's law, that is what? An application. You are applying Ohm's law for finding out the resistance or something like that. So likewise. Explain. Okay, when we say that explain, that means they are explaining. They are explaining the things that they understood the concepts and they are putting it in this own way. Okay, explain these are the concepts, and when they're picking it up, we can say that okay, it is application. Actually, they are going in a gradation. they are growing in a gradation. When they're explaining, they understood and they're explaining it. And when they're picking it up, these practices, they can transfer that knowledge into an unfamiliar situation, which is this one, in an educational system. And when they try to analyze between the different practices, and if they are putting some remarks regarding that, we can say that it can go up to an evaluating level, which practices is more significant, or comparing the practices with the other institutions or something like that. We can say that it is significant. Yeah. We will be going from, because just familiarizing you with the Bloom's taxonomy, and on the basis of Bloom's taxonomy, we have to set the outcomes. We'll be going to the outcome and the next phase, isn't it? Because in order to identify what is the level of learning that you are going to bring in terms of outcome, if you want to identify it rightly, we need the Bloom's taxonomy. Now, analyzing. What is there in analyzing? Analyzing, we know that. We told that there is a breaking down of the situations into different parts. When we are having different parts, applying the knowledge in different parts, and try to find out the associations. So, breaking a complex problem into parts, identify the relationship and interaction between the different parts, and identify the missing information. All these things comes under analysis. So, suppose if you are giving an activity of a salt analysis to the students in the chemistry, right? Salt analysis is there in the lower classes. So, what do the students do? They will take a component. They will do some test, like whether it is a nitrate or different types of boundary tests like that. They will be taking different fragments, and they'll be going with the different testers. And after that, they'll be connecting their observations, and finally they'll be reaching at the conclusion that this is such and such salt. So, salt analysis. That is, they are fragmenting the salts into different small components. They are applying their knowledge into these salts with respect to different tests, and then they're putting it together and finally identifies that this is such and such salt. So, that is salt analysis. So, these are the verbs that can help you to formulate questions in this topic. So, what are this? This classify, outline, breakdown, categorize, analysis. So, these verbs are just only for your assistance, isn't it? So, when to use this verb, which will be the better verb, is absolutely the authority of the teacher. The teacher should identify what cognitive challenge that this question will bring to the students. And it is absolutely, if you say that it is this, that is fine, isn't it? These verbs are just some help. Sometimes these verbs may not be suitable for the question that you're framing. So, don't look at the questions from purely the verb. The verb can come at, for example, I say that identify. Identify in a small class. Identify an apple with a knowledge. What identification will be there? It's a conceptual level identification. But when I go to the higher level, salt analysis, identify the salt. There, they are fragmenting it, they are applying the different things, then testing it, a lot of things are doing. So, that identify could be used at both the levels. So, that do not mean that these verbs are mutually exclusive for every level. It can be used at different levels. The authority is you. So, conceptual level differentiation and what? Some activity, some testing, some application of some knowledge and testing, and then finding the discrimination, some diagnosis. All these things are analytical level, isn't it? The doctor diagnoses a disease on the basis of different analysis. He will do, isn't it? Blood test, like number of tests he will do, and I analyze all these things, put together, and finally come to the conclusions, isn't it? So that is analytical level. So the authority is you. How these things fit into your area, you are the authority. I am just giving you the framework, because I am not competent in your area. So This one, Bloom's taxonomy. Categorize the given question into various levels of cognitive domain. What was the difference between the one which I've given before and this one? Before, I asked you to frame questions by applying the knowledge of Bloom's taxonomy. Here, what did I do? I have given you the questions. I have given you the questions. So you can frame one question at this level, also analytical level question. Okay, in your subject. So here I am giving you the question, right? Giving you the question, and what I am asking, you have to identify which level this question perfectly fits. Which level this question perfectly fits. So what should you do? You will take this question and then you will divide this question into different components in the sense that we'll be testing it with what? Just like salt test, we'll be testing it with remembering level, whether it is going with the remembering level or whether it is going with understanding level. You are making an analysis on which level this question suits the best. And finally, you will come with the conclusion that this is an analytical level question or this is an application level question, because this question brings that much of cognitive challenge in the learner. So on the basis of the cognitive challenge the question gives to the learner, you will be able to identify which level this question suits. So it is an analytical question. Isn't it? It is an analytical question. Suppose if in the computer programming, if the software have a breakdown, isn't it? There is a bug. If you want to fix the bug, what is that? It is an analytical. It is an analytical. You will be segmenting the entire program into different apt components, and you will be finding out how it is been working. What is the output of that particular component, and whether the output is perfect, and you will be just compartmentalizing that component into different, the entire program into different components, and identify how this program is being going separately, and identify where the error is, and then you will be fixing it. So that is analytical. So that is an analytical thing, fragmenting the entire system into different components, apply the knowledge, and finding out the relationship. So that's an analytical practice. Compare the practices of multiculturalism and monoculturalism. Comparison. So you can make a criteria, isn't it? What is the form of government in multiculturalism and monoculturalism? The system as a whole, you are segmenting it. What is the first segment? What is the form of government? What is the freedom that the citizen enjoy? What is the state of welfare? What is the economic system? Like that, the entire system is divided into different components. They are analyzing. So you are analyzing two systems on the basis of the different components. And the final remark, which is better, that is, or after analysis, you can give some remarks. That is evaluation. So evaluation becomes meaningful only when it comes in the light of proper analysis, authentic. So you can also frame one question, an analytical like question, at the area that you're handling. And finally, evaluating. Evaluating means the students are in the level of a judge. If they want to judge something, what is prerequisite? They should have a thorough understanding, knowledge about the entire system, isn't it? If you ask a question about find out the merits and demerits. If you want to find the merit and demerit, you have to know the entire thing. So explain something, isn't it? That is a understanding level, a conceptual level question. Suppose if I ask a question on writing the merits and demerits, it is a higher order questions, which signifies that you are learning on the entire system as a whole, and you are identifying what are the good practices and what are the weak practices. That means you are in a higher level. But here there is a problem. If you are giving this question to the students in advance, and giving the answer to them, The question is in evaluation level, but does it brings about the cognitive challenge that demand for an evaluation level? No. Because who is evaluating? Who is evaluating? The teacher is evaluating. The students are learning it. They understand something. So the real cognitive challenge is not there. So if you are doing such practices, you are killing that question. You are killing that question. The question is actually what? An evaluation level question which demand an evaluation level mindset from the students. But if you're giving the answer in advance, ask them to study it by heart. If they're by heart, then there will be only, maybe it can be coming up to an understanding level. It can deteriorate to that level also. Isn't it? So that is a fallacy that often happens. Isn't it? So, and higher order questions should not be much familiar to them. Isn't it? They should be given that, then only their potentials will come up. So higher order questions should not be given to the students in advance and ask them to prepare it well and write it. It will lose its integrity. The questions will lose its integrity. But according to Bloom's taxonomy, the question is evaluation level, but the students is not having that much of cognitive challenge. They are familiar with the questions in advance and they know what is the answer they have to write. And they are writing it exactly what the teacher has given. And if the teacher has made some spelling mistakes, writing the same spelling mistakes for an evaluation level question is very pathetic. Isn't it? Because that should come out from the students' observations. How they evaluate the things on the basis of the criteria. So these are the verbs that can help you to formulate the questions like access, assess, decide, choose something, rank. I told them about NRF ranking. And what is the byproduct of NRF ranking? What the NRF rank said? Best college in India, the second best, and the college in the 100th level or 200th level. It is they are ranking. It means they have analyzed the performance of the college on the basis of different criteria, given scores to the different criteria, integrated the scores on the basis of scores. They have evaluated the performance on the basis of these scores and ranked them from 1 to 100 like that. So that is ranking something, choosing something, justifying. Justify means it is on the basis of your observations. On the basis of observations, you are justifying. So the question. Yeah. Yeah. Don't share that question by there is a placeholder. If you put something in the placeholder and say that there is one question at a higher order, that only will be known to the students. In the question bank, there is one special like that. If you're sharing it with the students will get it. So if you are putting some surprise type questions, so there is one functionality in the question bank. There is a placeholder there. You can put a tick of whatever you put in the placeholder will be only C2 students. Okay, so the secrecy could be maintained if there is a practice of sharing the question bank with the students. Yeah, it is. So evaluating. So what is that question in Bloom's taxonomy? Do you think you could prepare questions at all levels of Bloom's taxonomy in your subject? The answer should not be yes or no. Justify. Justify makes it what? Evaluation. You have to say correctly, okay, Bloom's taxonomy as a whole is good, but in my area, these are some areas where the Bloom's taxonomy is failing to answer me rightly, so the Bloom's taxonomy is not appropriate for, you can justify. When you justify, you have to bring use cases. These are the situations where the Bloom's taxonomy is failing, so that I am not much happy. So what will that lead to? What will that lead to? The Bloom's taxonomy is not, if I evaluate and say that Bloom's taxonomy is not complete for my area, what will be the next? We have to create something new which could answer. That is why create comes after. That is why review of literature is important for research. Review of literature will give you an insight into what is happening at the present, what is the shortcomings, and that will trigger your imagination to solutions for That is why rigor literature. We are right. The second chapter is been obviously when you write, focus on methodology and then analysis. All these things. Review should be something very important in research. But when I used to handle research methodology classes, I give very priority. The area that we are studying, we have to update it perfectly, and there will be suggestions on what to go ahead. That will make our researches meaningful. Critically evaluate. The practice of multiculturalism, okay, we suggested that what is multiculturalism, everything we have explained. We try to identify the multiculturalism practice of. When I say critically evaluate, if you want to critically evaluate, you should know the thing in its depth. So that is a higher order question, isn't it? So we are able to identify the different questions on the basis of the cognitive challenges that the question poses on the students as lower order, up to conceptual level or even application level. It has been said that it is a lower order question. The higher order questions are analytical level questions, evaluation level questions, and create level questions. But these create level questions, we cannot be able to put it in our normal, what, 3-hour examinations, isn't it? How can you set a scheme of evaluation for create level question? Create level question means there should be novelty in there, isn't it? That is, the answer should not be known in advance. They should have some newer contributions. So, create level questions can be promoted only, especially the science subjects, through projects. So when we go for project evaluation, the first question that I used to ask is, what is your contribution? What is the innovation? What you have added something? And but in art subjects, there are many. If you're writing poetry, they can create something or a creative piece of work that could be done. So we are going to create only. So critically evaluate like that. And going to the create level question. Creating means, as I've told that, we have sensed some problems and we have got some ample knowledge and understanding about the theme, and we are putting it together and we are bringing up new solutions for the situation. So you can just see the diagram there. Analysis and synthesis. Actually, analysis means what? Breaking a situation into different parts. And what is actually the synthesis? Create has a that is a method of synthesis. That is, our knowledge are integrated together to answer some new solutions, isn't it? So when we are inventing something, our knowledges should be integrated together to answer some new solutions. So whatever that we have accumulated from our experiences, learning, etc., should be put together to bring out some new, to answer some new problems which have not been there. So actually, that is what how that create happens. So use old ideas. That is why from whatever you know, assemble it together to create something. From old ideas, create new ones. Combine parts to make the whole. So that is what. So going to our Bloom's taxonomy again. Bloom's taxonomy again. In the previous slide, we told that your Bloom's taxonomy is not much, isn't it? It's not satisfactorily answering all my questions. So what next? What next? Create a new model for classification of learning objectives that will answer your solutions. That is how creation should happen. Okay, and for the art subjects and all, develop a presentation, a unique presentation to inspire multiculturalism. All these are the creative works, creative arts. A lot of things could be done, something new. Okay, so some old ideas may be there. They're putting together to create something new which is not there. So in the arts areas, a lot of things could be brought into. So I hope that when we have progressed through, you have written questions in each levels. When you are writing questions, it is applying. And now we will be going to analysis. Before that, I have got something to share with you. So being an autonomous college, we have got freedom. Because I will just give you a small shortcut for increasing the quality of an educational institution. Yes, a small shortcut. Because in the coming days, definitely, the Q factor of an educational institutions will decide how it should progress in future. Because there is a lot of competitions are coming about in the higher education sectors. That is why everybody is going for NF ranking, accreditations. A lot of competitions are there. The shortcut for increasing the quality of an education system is to just enhance the level of assessments. Enhance the level of assessments do not mean that making your question paper more complex, like complexity in the look and feel, not that. Not that. Give them simple. Let the question paper be simple as possible. But what you input into the question paper should be from both lower order as well as higher order. You can check the question papers, the previous question papers. The question papers may be very complex, but the questions there will be what is this, what is that. Maybe about 80% will be from conceptual level. Direct question, what is this, what is that. And higher order questions are not much there in the question paper. So as far as possible, if there is a possibility, I repeat, if there is a possibility, try to accommodate higher order questions also, so that there will be 50-50. 50-50. Don't put everything in the higher order. Let them have some time to be in the ground also. Isn't it? Don't take them 100% into the higher level. Let them 50%. You can have some policies like 40% from lower order and 60%. Or even you can have some policy like 20% from remembering a detailed you can have, because being autonomous you have the freedom. So that is it. So and it has been said that our students are not average students. Wherever you go, when we share these ideas, that common concern that the teacher says that our students are coming from remote areas, that they may not be that much competent to go much up in the higher order. They may fail in the examinations. It is only our thought. If you are enhancing the quality of your questions into higher order, definitely the students are bound to reach there. They know that the questions only will be in the knowledge level. Their direct questions will be there. Their cognitive challenges, the cognitive process will be always tied to the lower level. If you are inputting questions into the higher order, definitely the student will be showing a tendency to reach there. Their learning will go that. And when the students come to that level, definitely what happens? Their ability will enhance. And when they move out, definitely they will be prestigious students of the St. Philomena's College. Because now we know that the last day I was been sharing, the quality of the college has been decided not on the input or how many years of experience the college was there. 75 years. I think you're completely 75. Going to 75 years, completely 75. Okay, that is one factor, but totally that is not a factor. So out of the 75 years, you are sending students into the society. So how productive these students are coming out from this college, that decides the key factor. That's why in all these ranking process accreditations, the follow-up is very important. The alumni, all these things are showcased as something important, because the quality is decided by the product. So now the quality has been assessed from the output that we give, not from the input that we give to the students. Input is equally important. Only through the input, output could be enhanced. But the final factor for deciding the quality of institution is from the output. Okay, these are the students, they are performing well now. So from which college they are from? They are from St. Philomena's. So it is that remarks is a bigger appreciation and for the college. So that is something very important. So only when the students are taken from the safe side, because when they are in the understanding level, they are in the comfort side. So they have to be enhanced into challenging learning experiences, so that they could bring out their latent talents into limelight, so that they come as productive students. So this is something that you could think of and plan. So here, I don't think that this slide is missing. The questions is yet to come. Here, we know that the Bloom's taxonomy, according to the cognitive level, we have got K1, remembering, K2, understanding, K3. K3, what? Applying, analyzing, K4, K5, evaluating, and K6, creating. And I would like to I want to get some response from you that which level these questions could be categorized. A student learns from, oh my God, what? Learns from, not Shakespeare play, notes the answer to the question, analyze the motives of the speech of Mark Antony in Shakespeare play Julius Caesar. Question is a good question, right? But what is the cognitive challenge this question brings to the students? K2. Question is K5, but it is already given to the students. The students have learned it, and this is a good student. Why? Why good student? Gives a perfect answer in his own words. He didn't mimic what the teachers has said, so he understood something, and then he have written it in his own words. So it is a K2 level. Find the volume of the cube when one of the side is known. Volume, we know that, no? Cube. All the sides are equal. The volume will be side into side into side. Okay, we know that formula for volume is side into side into side. And you are giving, okay, the side of the cube is 10. And the students answers that, okay, the cube is having 1000 cubic meters or centimeters, like. So, where can you fix this? Okay. When I say find the volume, okay, he is doing some big calculations. Where? Obviously, there is a tendency to put it in K3. K3, because when we say solve, there's a tendency. Is it really K3? Analyze, going up. No. Because the formula side into side into side, instead of side, you are substituting 10 into 10 into 10. When we say apply, and what is apply? That is, you are transferring that knowledge into some unfamiliar new situation. What is the new situation here? Actually, it is only you can say it is either a remembering or understanding level. Because you remembered side into side into side. Instead of side, you have put the value. There is nothing, magic has been happening. It is not going much up. Isn't it? So directly substituting, remembering the formula and directly substituting is only remembering. Instead of this formula, suppose if I say that the area of the triangle, half into base into height. Instead of base, you put the value. The same thing, remembering, you have just put remembering the formula and then putting it. It is only a remembering level. And if you are very particular, he is doing some calculations, it cannot go more than understanding. Suppose if I say that, what is the time to fill the tank? The tank is cubical in shape, and water is flowing into the tank in this liter per hour. There, if you are, it is an application level. You are applying what? You are applying the volume, and then the dividing the quantity which falls in. So he applies the knowledge. So some unfamiliar for solving the problems. Students are asked to conduct an experiment. They are doing that experiment. They are making the observations. So what is that? Experiments. If it is, if I say salt analysis, you will start answering because I just mentioned it. What is it? They are observing it and are combining the different result of observations. That's it. So it is an analytical level. Analytical level. Analytical level. Analyzing. Debate the pros and cons of net banking. Debating. When this happens, where can you put it? They are the pros and cons. They are evaluating it. Yeah, this is very advantageous. But these are the disadvantages, merits, demerits, pros, cons. All these things are, you should know that net banking as a whole, its functional format has to be identified. You have to analyze what are the problems which has been happening, and then only you can substantiate it as your remark, debate. Match the invention and the inventors. Match the following. Match the following. What is it? One side inventions will be there, one side inventors will be there. Match. K1. Match the following. Like one side books, one side authors. Match. Any GK questions to a greater extent will be remembering. They are remembering something even without knowing they are answering. Yeah. Yeah, this I will not be asking you because you have already answered it. You have already answered it. Because you told that, oh, you are coming with Bloom's taxonomy, this is not fit for me. So what I have to say is that create a tube model, isn't it? That is perfectly answering my solutions, right? So actually, normally there is a task also that could be done, but here we can progress without a task because we have, because normally this is something very important because our ability to analyze their questions, isn't it? Now I think you have written few questions. Can we analyze it now? You can read the questions and I will not be answering, the others will be answering. At what time is the break? Or is it the time for break? Huh? I give more importance to tea than book. Yeah, you're completed this. This is the last slide. I'm just asking to make. Okay. Okay. Anybody can read that questions from an application level. I am just randomly taking one, and others can just check whether it is applied.
Application level question is illustrate the mechanism of freeze rearrangement with example.
Illustrate
the mechanism of freeze rearrangement with example.
With example.
Yes.
I am not evaluating. You can evaluate. Before you are preparing the question means you apply. Now you can evaluate. You can just check it out whether it is okay. 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 Anyone who would like to comment, you can comment. Okay, when you are illustrating the mechanism with an example means you're transferring that thing into an example means you're transferring it. Yes. So when you're illustrating the theory, okay, that will be concept, but you are giving it with an example. So okay, good. 10. If you're doing physics, any problem in physics can be problem. That is concept.
Calculate the magnetic moment.
Calculate the magnetic moment.
Fe2 plus phi.
Okay, you are giving some measures?
No, they have to do that.
Yeah, calculate the magnetic moment of. I'm not much familiar with the magnetic moment. Chemistry. Yeah, chemistry. Your opinion. I have given you the frame, your opinion. Calculation of the magnetic moment. Hmm? Level 2. Why? Calculation. Is it that? Because the cognitive challenge with respect to your topic will be known to you. Level 3. It could be level 3. Level 3, K3.
Sir, calculate PF of an employee with a basic salary of 25K.
Calculate the provident fund of the, okay. Okay, you're giving that, okay. That could be. Now we can pass on to what level? Can we go to evaluation level? Evaluation level. So I'm just only asking randomly about application level, then evaluation level. Pardon? Photography is a meticulous science and arts. Justified. Justified. Okay. You can put it in that way. Then you can answer. You can answer. Conflict. So it depends on how you are writing it. If you are showcase the different instances and then you have to bring it to that, then it will be okay. Next.
Design a program to strengthen women SHGs in rural society.
Which program?
Design.
Design.
Design a program to strengthen women SHGs in rural society.
Design a program for strengthening women.
SHG in rural society. Rural society.
That is, it could be an application. Application. You can put it in that way. Don't look at that word. If you are creating something new, it may go to create. If you are creating, isn't it? It can come in the application level if it is directly applying something, or if you are going with something new, novelty is there, then it will be going to the create level. It will be into the create level. If you are directly applying, if you are creating a program, you know the syntax. You know the syntax and writing a program to find prime numbers or something like that, you are directly applying it, isn't it? But at the create level means if you are going to design a system, a new system, that will be create. That depends upon the yeah. So design. When we say that designing, it will come up to a create level, little upper. So I think you have got some ideas. Your Bloom's taxonomy knowledge has got good life. It is very vigorous. I think we are set to go into the outcome-based education. Good. So I think I would be registering my thank you for this section. And we can have a good tea. So any other queries we can pose, or we can move to the tea and come back. There is a lot to go ahead. OB should go, and then we have got some calculations, all these things, then discussions, some confusions which has been posed earlier will be addressed. So a lot of things should be gone. So thank you all for a very good and active participation.
Thank you, sir. And let's break for tea for 15 minutes. And we'll come back for designing and mapping of outcomes at 11:45. Thank you.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೋತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ
ಕೀ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಸರ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು.
ಸಾಕಲ್ಲ ಫುಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರದು ಸಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದೇ ಫುಲ್ ಅದು
ಅವಾಗ ಎದ್ದೋಗ್ಬೇಕು.
ಅದು ಇವಾಗ ಬಂದು
I don't know who is that. We have not got any information that we have to take care of this. I simply came, I don't know who it is.
Good morning and welcome back. I request all the teachers to get settled down. Session 2 is on architecture of outcome-based education, design and mapping of outcomes, an hands-on session. This session will be handled by Dr. Mendes Jacob, and I request Ms. Ashia Khanum from BBA department to introduce the speaker.
It's my immense pleasure to introduce today's resource person, Dr. Mendes Jacob, MSc, MPhil, PhD, the CEO of IPSR Solutions Limited and Valent Technologies, UK, USA, and Canada, is an academician and an entrepreneur with 30 plus years of experience. He is also the professor and director of MCA programs at Marine College, Kutikunam, Autonomous, and the former director of the Schools of Applicable Mathematics, MG University. He acted as the chairman and member of many academic bodies constituted by the university. He is also a member of academic and administrative bodies of other autonomous college, engineering colleges, and business schools. He has received the Best Entrepreneur Award from the Chief Minister of Kerala and the IT Education Excellence Award from the Defence Minister of India. IPSR Solutions Limited, under the leadership of Dr. Mendes Jacob, has banked Saman Patra Award from the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and the Best Education Technology Solutions Provider 2019 Award from Integrated Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The company has received 37 awards, both national and international, for the best training partners from Red Hat, the leaders in open source. He is a PhD in operation research and has to his credit a number of national and international publications. He is a research guide of Limping University, Malaysia. He has received as a resource person of many national and international seminars and conferences in mathematics, management, and computer applications. He has organized, conducted, and served as a resource person for a number of faculty development programs, including UGC-sponsored refresher courses. His areas of interest include national education policy, outcome-based education, etc. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful introduction. So we have a very good section, very excellent section on Bloom's taxonomy. Is it like that? Hope you enjoyed, no? Okay. So actually, Bloom's taxonomy is the basis for outcome-based education. If you are thorough with the concepts of Bloom's taxonomy, you can implement OB in a better way. Because wherever we go to many institutions, the lack of knowledge in Bloom's taxonomy is the problem behind the implementation of OB. Like everybody is looking at the accreditation point, no accreditations, and they want the attainment level calculations. That's all. So how to get the correct attainment? That's very important. And when we implement outcome-based education, you are improving the quality of the education, the quality of teaching, the quality of learning, and again, the employability of the students. In our institution, Marine College, we started this in 2016 when we became autonomous in 2016. And over a period of time, for the last 7 years, we are learning and unlearning many things. Now also we are learning. So through these interactions, we used to have at least one program in every week. So through these programs, through these interactions, we are also learning. Let's see for these Bloom's taxonomy concepts. So it should be very clear. Now, how you can practice this? You can practice this by framing questions, by framing quality questions. And again, by introducing innovative teaching, learning, and assessment strategies. Okay, you have to be creative in the assessment strategies. I will give an example of IIT Goa during the lockdown period. they conducted an examination, a semester examination, and they asked every student to frame questions, to frame 5 questions and answer the questions. They have not given the questions. They asked the students to frame questions and answer them. And the marks are given based on the quality of the questions. So that much importance is there for the assessment in outcome-based education. Now I will just show you a slide. I think some of you might have seen this, those who have attended our previous FTP. Have you seen it? Anybody? Yeah, some of you have already seen it, no? So what is it? This is the report of an ethnography study conducted in India. The study was for 4 years, conducted across the education institutions in India. Okay, and what is the report? This is only one of the reports of that study. It shows, you can see, 94% of graduates are confused graduates. 94% of the graduates studying in Indian universities are confused graduates. That means they are only able to memorize things. That is our first level of Bloom's taxonomy. Then coming to the next one, 3.7% of graduates are average graduates. They can explain ideas or concepts. That is the second level, understanding level. Okay, so total how much? 97.7. And what is the next level? 1.5% of graduates are practical graduates. That means they can apply the concepts. They can apply the concepts. These are the students who are hired by industries. At least they can apply it. So below that, this understand level or remember level students, they will be getting jobs as clerks or grade 4 employees or something like that. Okay, so only those students who can at least apply the concept in a different situation, they are employable. And going up, you can see only 0.8% of graduates are innovators or startup founders. The 3 levels together, analyze, evaluate, and create level together, we have only 0.8% of the graduates. Okay, of course, you may be asking questions on analyze level or evaluate level or create level. Actually, they are not analyze level questions that we have seen now. We have discussed the apply level or analyze level or evaluate level questions. So if you examine our question purpose, if you analyze our question purpose, you can see most of the questions are coming from the first 2 levels, the remember level or understand level. That is why the students are also capable of doing all this, the first 2 level knowledge levels. Because we are asking questions from the first 2 levels. So that is the benchmark we have set for the students. That's a problem. Okay, so we have to improve in that sense, how we can improve? We can bring the students to the desired level. First of all, we have to fix the outcomes, then the targets, many things we have to do. And based on the outcomes, we have to frame questions or frame assessments. Then only we can bring the students to the desired level. Okay, so we will just quickly go through the basic, the concepts of outcome-based education. How many of you have attended at least one section on outcome-based education? Or not attended any sections? Okay, anybody was not attended any section of outcome-based education? Not attended? Not ours, anywhere. Can you raise your hands? Just understand that. Okay. Yeah. So we will just go through the introduction. We will focus more on the course outcomes, the mapping. Then in between, if have any gaps, we will fill it. Then we will have an interaction section, probably in the afternoon or after this section also. So what and why your hobby? Already we have discussed with that report. And that report is being published by Columbia University. Maybe in next 6 months, they will publish it as a book. Okay. And if possible, I will bring that person. Is Dr. Suresh Nambudiri was coordinated this study from India. There were 160 plus global professionals who are involved in that study. Okay, I can bring that person for a section. I think a full day section is good because he has every month he is coming to our college for teachers and for students. We are appointing him as a professor of practice in our institution. Okay. Then we will go to the building block of OB, program, education objectives, all these things. Finally, mapping of outcomes. Okay. Now, this is the definition of outcome-based education. I think already you have attended many of the sessions and you have seen this definition. What is it? Outcome-based education is a model of education that deviates from the traditional focus. What is the traditional focus? On what the institution provides to students in favor of making students demonstrate that they know and are able to do on completion of course or program. What the students know and able to do. That is the outcome. After the course, suppose you are going to the class for 1 hour section. Okay, after the section, maybe you are teaching a small topic. After the section, what the students are able to do with what you have communicated there. That is the outcome. It's very simple. That is the outcome. And if you are teaching a course, you're starting in the beginning of the semester and end of the semester, what the students can do or what they are able to do. That is the course outcome. So if you are teaching a topic at the end of that section, what the students are able to do, that is the topic outcome of that particular topic. Similarly, course outcome. And if you are teaching a student for a MCOM program or a BCom program, at the end of the program, what the students are able to do, that is the program specific outcome. So we can list the things, what all things the students can do, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So that is the program specific outcome. Now, the students joining this institution, maybe for 3-year program or 4-year program or 2-year program, and when the students passed out of this institution, all the students who joined this institution, when they pass out, what are their skills? What are their knowledge or their attitudes? If we can list those things, these are the program outcomes, POs. And that is common for all students. Program specific outcomes are for that particular program, specific to that program. And course outcome is specific to one course, one subject. Okay, this is the concept. We will explain this. We will see how we can design all these things. So OB shifts the focus in education from teaching to learning. That is the paradigm shift, from teaching to learning. Okay, so we have to identify activities, learning activities for the students, so that the learning will become interesting. When we implement OB, the learning should become interesting. Okay, then OB is based on the 4 principles. What are the 4 principles? Clarity of focus, that is very important. Clarity of focus for both the student and the teacher. So if you are teaching something and we are having an outcome, and there should be clarity on the outcome. So in advance, we are publishing the outcomes. And we are telling the students that after the course, these are the outcomes we are expecting. And the students also should be aware of the outcomes. Okay, so clarity should be there for both the teachers and the students. That is very important. Then designing down, I will show the architecture later. We will design down the outcomes. Then high expectations both for all the stakeholders, teachers, students, industry, all the parents, high expectations. Then expanded opportunities. Definitely this will improve the employability of the students and more opportunity for the students, not only the students, the institution itself. Now, we are designing down the outcomes. See, we'll start with the vision and mission. So what are the vision? What is the vision and mission of the institution? We'll start from there. And according to the vision and mission, we should design the program education objectives. These are actually objectives. Say, for example, the students passing out of this institution, they should behave like this, or there should be a professional like that. We can set some objectives. I will give you some examples. Okay. Then coming down, program outcome and program specific outcome. Program outcome and program specific outcome. Already I have mentioned. Program outcome means the skills, knowledge, and attitude of every student. You can list down the things of every student who is joining the institution, whether he is studying for a BCom program or MCom program or a BSc program, irrespective of their programs, we can say that the student should have this much. These are the abilities they will showcase after the program, at the end of the program. And program specific outcome, it's very clear. It is specific to a particular program. If you are a BCom student, okay, I can say like after completing this BCom program, the student should be able to analyze a financial statement. That's an example of an outcome in a business organization or industry. Like that, we can have outcomes, program specific outcomes. It's specific to that particular program. So we have to design program outcome, program specific outcome, then course outcomes. To achieve that program specific outcomes, what are the courses? What are the subjects you need to teach them? So you have to list down the subjects and the outcome of each of these courses, but also you have to list down. So these are the course outcomes. And all the faculty members who are teaching different courses, you have to design the course outcomes. Then you have to approve it in the department council, then the board of studies, then the academic council. That is the process. Okay. And PO and PSO, I will show you, sir. Next slide. I will list down all these things. Okay. Program education objectives is basically an objective. That is an objective of the institution. It's not the outcome. I will show with examples. Okay. Then course outcomes, that is the last stage. Then you design the syllabus. Actually, that is the process. And nowhere in India this is happening. What is happening now? We have the syllabus and we will design the course outcomes. Then PO, PSO like that. Anyway, mission is there, no? We are not going to change that at least. Okay, this is the process going on in every institution. But according to the OB concept, it should be like this, designed down. Okay, then for attainment calculation, we have to start from the last level. That means you're teaching a course, you will have assessments, you have exams, you may have assignments, what all things you are doing there. From there you start. Then you find the attainment of the course outcomes. Then these COs should be mapped to POs and PSOs. And that way we can calculate the attainment of POs, PSOs, etc. You have to start from the topic. Okay, like that. So this is the process. This is the building block of OB. Okay. Yeah. Paradigm shift in the focus of education system. The traditional education system, only the teaching, the communication with the teacher and student is happening. But nowadays, a lot of communication. Facilities are there. There is internet. They can go to different videos. The students can learn from anywhere. Okay. So based on that, we have to design many things. Okay. This is the program education objective. What is it? These are broad statements that focus on what the students are expected to attain within first few years. First few years means around 5 years. Okay. After completion of the program, this is estimated using indirect assessment. We are not calculating the attainment of PEOs immediately because these are actually objectives. What our students will be able to do in the next 5 years after they pass out of the institution, when they are working in industry or they are working in somewhere else. Okay, so that is what the program education objectives are. I will just show you some examples. These are some examples of PEO, program education objectives. What are they? Graduates will be able to demonstrate competency and leadership to become professional employees and entrepreneurs, leading to a successful career or pursue higher education. This is an objective. This is an objective. So maybe in the next 5 years, we can see the result. This is our objective of the institution. Another one, graduates will be able to demonstrate commitment towards preservation of environment and sustainable development of the society. This is also another objective. Okay, this is another objective. This is the objective of the institution as a whole. Okay. Now, coming to the program outcome. You can see the PEOs. Just I'm mentioning one PO there. Graduates will be able to demonstrate competency and leadership to become professional employees and entrepreneurs, leading to a successful career or pursue higher education. This is our, suppose this is our program education objective for this institution, number one. For that, what graduate attributes should be there? If the student should become a professional or entrepreneur, what are the abilities the particular student should possess? Just one you can name. Decision making, okay. Clear, measurable one. Skills, what skills? Communication skills. It's an example. A good example is communication skills. That's a skill. So the student should have communication skills. So then that is a graduate attribute. If you have a PEO like this, in your PEO, program outcome, you can say communication skills is one of your PEO. For what purpose? So that the student should become a professional, or the student during his interview after the course should perform there only if he has got the required communication skills. Okay, we can say like that. So you can have a PO as a communication skill, and this comes from PEO. So from vision and mission you have the PEOs, and from PEOs you can have the PO. Okay, so we are more concerned about POs and PSOs and COs. So we will quickly go through the POs, PSOs and COs. Okay, because vision and mission and the POs will be designed by the top management. Okay. Now, these are the graduate attributes suggested by UGC. You can see 15 graduate attributes suggested by UGC. What are they? Starting from disciplinary knowledge, communication skills, critical thinking, problem solving, etc. Analytical thinking, and the last one you can see lifelong learning. And as an institution, you can pick up maybe 8 to 12. That is a good number. Minimum 8, maximum 12. You can pick up the desired ones for your institution, or you can combine one or two together. That also is possible. So it's better you can have a minimum 8 and maximum 12 PUs, graduate attributes, that will become PUs. Okay, so these are the UGC suggested graduate attributes. The same way, I can just show you the sampled graduate attributes by NBA. If you have engineering course or MBA course or MCA course, these are the graduate attributes suggested by NBA, not by NAC, by NBA. So engineering college, they have the POs like this, the graduate attributes like this, and these are the POs for them. Okay. Now, already we have defined what is PO. These POs and PSOs, these refers to the knowledge, skills and attitude. Knowledge, skills and attitude. Graduate attributes in bracket, that is graduate attributes that the student should have at the end of the program. PSO describes what the graduates of a specific program will be able to do, and the PO, program outcome, should be formulated in discussion with the stakeholders and should have a correlation with the PO. Already we have mentioned that. So POs will come from PEOs, and PSOs we can design according to the program of study. Okay, so we can pick these 15 graduate attributes, and out of 15 we can choose our own POs. Is it clear now up to this level? Vision, mission, PEO, PSO and PO, both parallel. Then coming to the next one, that is CO. Okay. Now, if you implement OB, outcome-based education, this is an example of a score sheet which we have to provide to the students. What is it? The attainment of POs. The attainment of POs like this, out of 3. This is a 4-point scale, we have calculated it just for a demo purpose. So out of 3, what is the attainment of each of these POs? Disciplinary knowledge 2.3, communication skills 1.8, like that. Okay, Then ethics and conduct 2.6. And if you are not properly mapping all these things, and if you are not properly doing the assessment, this value will have no relation with the exact values. Okay, so if you want to provide it to the students, start from the beginning, even with your assessments, your questions and everything. Okay, you have to refine it. Then only you can provide this mark or this score sheet to the students. Otherwise, with this score sheet, if the students go for an interview, and if the industry, the company will not find him, not suiting to any of these graduate attributes, then it will affect the reputation of the institution. Okay, so that is very important from starting to end. You should be thorough with the concepts, and you have to apply it in a proper way. Now, coming to the design of PO, already we have mentioned what is PO, and this is an example of a PO. So we have to start with action verb, and that action verb will come from where? Bloom's taxonomy. So if you want to design PO, this action verb should come from the Bloom's taxonomy. Then graduate attributes. Now, communication skill is a graduate attribute. And what are the competencies related to communication skill? You can see, demonstrate the functional ability to read, that is a competency. Then write, speak, comprehend, and communicate effectively using modern communication medias for participating successfully in social, career, and life situations. This is an example of a PO. And from where we got that PO? From the graduate attribute communication skill. So we have expanded it. This communication skill, that graduate attribute, we have divided it into competencies. Read, write, comprehend, all these are related to the competencies for a communication skills. Is it okay? So this is the way we have to design PO. This is one example. Another one you can see, modern tools usage. This is again a graduate attribute listed in the UGC guidelines. So how we will make it a PO? Apply, use and operate appropriate modern tools, techniques and resources to various activities of life, career and higher education with the knowledge of its limitations. So we have to start with the action verb, then the graduate attribute and the context where you are using it, whether it is in industry or in education, you can mention all these things. Okay, so we can expand the graduate attribute, then you can design the PO. So 3 components are there to design a CO: action verb, graduate attribute, you have to divide it into competencies, and the context. Is it okay? Any doubt? Yeah. Usually the 15 is the maximum number suggested by UGC. It's better you can limit it to 8 or 9 because, while calculating the attainment and all, it is easy for us. There is no restriction on that. It's only best practice. Yeah. For OB, there is no restriction like this, flexible. It's only best practice. POs or PSOs? You see, there are 15 PO graduate attributes suggested by UGC, and if you are taking only 5, that means we are leaving some of them. So 5 is less. Yeah, you have combined it, then it's okay, 5. Then it's okay, 5. Yeah. Any other doubts? It's clear? Okay. Then this is a PSO. For example, a BCA program. Again, we have the action verb from where? Bloom's taxonomy. Okay. Specific graduate attributes related to that program. It's very specific to that particular program. Suppose this is a BCA program. So just some examples. Apply mathematical foundations, algorithmic principles, and computer science theory and practice in the relevant computing situations. That is one PSO. This PSO cannot be there for a BCom student. This PSO is for a BCA student. Is it okay? So similarly, we can have PSOs. Develop software systems and programs with ethical consent. This is another PSO. Again, use new design methodologies, operating systems, languages, and other software development tools within reasonable time constraints. We have 3 PSOs now for a BCA program. Similarly, you can design PSOs for all our UG and PG programs. They are specific outcomes. Any doubt on this? Okay. Now coming to the course outcome. This is very important because each and every faculty, they have to design the COs for the subjects you teach. The course outcomes, they are the resultant knowledge and skills the student acquires at the end of a course. It defines the cognitive processes a course provides. So what is it? COs are major domain-specific outcomes written using, again, action verbs, which are specific, measurable, and can be demonstrated. This is very important. When we write a CO, it should start with action verb again, from Bloom's taxonomy. It should start with the action verb, then specific, measurable, and can be demonstrated by the students on completion of the course. Clarity of focus should be there. Okay. Then it identifies what the learner will know and able to do at the end of the program. So what the student should be able to do, that is the outcome at the end of the course. Suppose you are teaching, say for example, teaching GST, a small topic, goods and service tax. What can be a CO for that? Can you define a CO? If GST is a topic, maybe part of a course. So you can have one CO for GST. How will you define that CO? Because GST is known to all now. Everybody knows what is GST. Anybody? Students should be able to calculate GST return for a business firm or industry firm. So what level that CO is? Application level. That's an application level CO. That's an application level CO. Okay. Suppose you are asking a question. What is GST? That is the remember level question. We have a CO on the application level. So what is our expectation? What is the student's expectation? The student should be able to calculate the GST return. So is this question enough for evaluating that CO? Explain GST with an example. That's only the understand level. So what the question should be? Calculate or prepare GST return. You have to give some data and ask the students to prepare the GST return. That's okay, fine. Can you have an analyze level question on GST? What is the question? Just give me an example. An analyze level question on GST. Examine. GST collection of the country. Analyze the GST collections. So up to what depth we can ask that question, like analyzing GST collections or state-wise or many things are there, no? National level. Okay, there is one question. Is it an analyze level question? Input tax credit applicable to different products. Illustrate. Okay. Is it an analyze level question? Examine the GST. GST payable by company A. That's only preparing the return itself is okay, no? Then here we can understand how much GST payment can be done. Okay, very simple. Like if you ask the student to analyze VAT and GST. Earlier it was VAT, now it is GST. And some of the suggestions by sir, I think it's okay, but you have to decide the depth of the question, maybe. Because if the data is available there, no, without much cognitive challenge, they can do it. That also we have to check. So, okay, we can analyze the VAT and the GST. Now our application level question, sorry, application level CEO, when we are, suppose we are asking a question like this. Your CEO is application level, and you are asking a question, an analyze level question on GST. Is it okay? Okay. We will discuss further. Let that confusion be still there. We will continue it. Okay. Now, how you can write a course outcome? How we can write a course outcome? This is a template. You have to start with the action verb again. Action verb should come from where? Bloom's taxonomy. Then, content or topic to be learned. What is the content to be learned? Then, context, whether it is in the industry or education or business or society, whatever context we can mention there. So, just I have given a course outcome like this, appraise the effectiveness of optimization technique in the industry, or optimization technique. That is one of the subjects I am teaching. So, this is an outcome. This is an outcome, and what level the outcome is? Evaluation. So, evaluate level outcome, no? So, we should start with action verb, then content, context. Okay, this is the way we have to write course outcomes. Definitely, we will have a hands-on activity. Maybe we'll just go through some more slides after that. It's clear now?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
What's the role of course objectives? Is it required to write course objectives?
That was a traditional system. Earlier, the first one was the course objectives, no? Before the syllabus, when designing the syllabus. So that is a traditional system. Now is the OB.
We not both.
No need, actually. When we implement OB, only outcomes are required. Outcomes are required, no? Okay. These are some examples of COs. See, for example, identify the parts of the computer system. This is a very basic course, Introduction to Computers. So we can have the first CO, identify the parts of a computer system, or explain functioning of computer components. Okay, like that. And it's a good practice to optimize the number of COs to 4, minimum 4, maximum 6. It's good. And if you have 5 modules, I think my 5 units for your syllabus, no? How many units do you have? 4 units. 4 units, no? For each unit, if you can have a CO, it's very easy for us to calculate the attainment. Otherwise, also, it's not a problem. Just for simplicity, it's better you can have 1 CO for 1 unit or 1 module. Okay. 1 CO for 1 module or unit, whatever it is in the syllabus. Okay. Otherwise, also, it's not a problem. It's correct. But the best practice, I'm mentioning about the best practice. Okay. So what is there? It's a good practice not to use the following verbs. Again, best practice. What are the verbs? Why I'm saying not to use these words? What is the reason? Observable. Measurable. If you use some of these verbs, it cannot be measurable. May not be clarity. Okay, that is the reason. So again, best practice. Okay, because I have seen lot of CEOs starting with understand. It is there. Yeah. If it is better, you change that. If it is possible, then it is measurable. Okay. Okay. Just go through this. Not a good outcome. Why? The students will understand democracies. The student will understand democracies. What is a good outcome? Describes major theories of democracy. We can ask a question to evaluate that CEO directly. Okay. Understand means how we will measure it. That's the problem. The students will study about the impact of cultural diversity on nursing care. And what is the actual outcome? Evaluate the impact of cultural diversity on nursing care. Straight. Okay. Then the students will learn about the principles of formulation and delivery system. Whereas explain the principles of drug formulation and delivery system. Very clear. Okay. The quality check for a good outcome. How will you check whether the outcomes designed by you are good or quality outcomes? Check one. What is? Are they written using the action verbs to specify definite and observable behavior? Whether it start with the Bloom's taxonomy verbs, action verbs. That is the first check. Okay. Second one. Does the language describe students' target rather than the teacher's behavior? If it is a teacher's behavior, then that is objective. In our point, teacher's objective, whereas outcome means the student's ability, what they can do. The other one is our objective. Okay. Then, do the outcome clearly describe the abilities, knowledge, and value of the students of the course? Do the outcome clearly describe the abilities, knowledge of the student? Then the outcome is good. And finally, is it possible to collect accurate and reliable data for the outcome? So if you want to measure the outcome, then with some assessments, can you collect the data required for measuring the outcomes? Is it possible? So these are the 4 checks. Okay. These are some sample outcomes again. Physics, apply laws of physics to compute different types of responses in the given materials. Starting with the action verb, then the learning the content, then finally the contest. Similarly, analyze structural elements for different force systems to compute design parameters, analyze level outcome. Another one, commerce, explain the various principles of organization. Okay, is an outcome? Is an outcome, no? Okay, you are teaching principles for organization. So that can be an outcome. Select advertisements and interpret its advertising objectives. The student should be able to select advertisements and interpret its advertising objectives. That is another outcome. Then coming to the nursing and pharmaceutical science, demonstrate the ability of using nursing theories and their application in clinical practice, or evaluate the safety and efficacy of drug classes. Yeah. So these are some examples of outcomes. Okay. Sorry. Now, can you write one course outcome of your subject? Just write one course outcome from any of the modules or any of the units. Just one. Okay, can anybody just say the outcome? Anybody? Yes.
Apply integrity constraints on database. Students are able to create a database for any organization.
Apply integrity constraints on database. So that is the first module.
Second one.
No, this is the first module you are teaching.
Yes.
So what is your expectation while teaching that first module? This is your maximum expectation about the students?
Yes.
You cannot go beyond that, no?
No, because first they have to understand what are the integrity constraints, then they have to apply.
No, about this module, this particular unit, this is your maximum expectation. Just they understand it, or whether they are planning to, whether they can apply it somewhere.
Any database, if I give, they have to apply it. Like they have to know what are integrity constraints we can apply on that database.
Okay.
That's my expectation. After I teach, they have to be able to apply it.
So that is your maximum expectation from this particular module. Pardon me, sir? From this module? No. This is a particular module, no? This is a particular module, and maximum expectation is the student should be able to apply. Okay. So what is your CO then? What is your CO? Just say once more. Yeah.
The students are able to apply integrity constraints on
Okay.
database.
So that is the outcome. And the maximum expectation of the teacher is the student should be able to apply it. Can they analyze something there?
Yes.
After studying this particular module?
After understanding, they can apply.
They can apply, that's okay. After studying this module, whether the students can analyze something,
Yes, they can.
then why you are delimiting your CU? After studying this module, suppose the student should be able to analyze something, whatever it is. Then why you are delimiting the CO? Or what should be the CO then? Analyze. Otherwise, the problem will come like earlier we mentioned about the CEO. Apply that GST, no? The student should be able to prepare GST returns. That is the CO. And you are asking a question like analyze what and GST. That is an analyze level question, and that is a level higher than apply. And your CO is apply. And you are asking a question which is an analyze level question. Okay. So if you are delimiting your CO to apply level, and if you are asking an analyze level question, there is not wrong in doing like that, but you are measuring the student only for the apply level. So what is the purpose of asking an analyze level question? So it's better you can fix the levels higher for each CO so that you can ask any type of questions. We will come to the mapping later. Okay. Is it okay? Somebody else?
Then what about understanding and this one? There are no questions.
Yes, madam, we can ask understanding level question. It's not a problem. But our expectation is that the student should be able to analyze something. That is the outcome we are expecting. And to measure that outcome, we can have questions even from the understanding level, but the mapping will vary. That I will show you after some time. Okay. Yes.
This is for an interdisciplinary paper on biophysics. Apply principles of physics to analyze biological activities of a cell. Principles of physics to analyze the biological activities of a cell. So in terms of electrostatics, let's say I have charge distribution. So what is going to be the behavior of cell, like glucose transport or something. So you should first of all use the principles of physics, electrodynamics principles, to analyze the behavior. Like why is the distribution? Why is glucose concentration more or less?
What level it is? What level it is? The students should be able to analyze something there. Okay, so it's a analyze level, but you are using the two verbs. It's okay, fine, and you can choose the higher one. Sir, demonstrated by producing a document. What level the CO is? Create level. And this is a question for the semester exam? The practical exam. And you have rubrics for evaluation?
How they are produced the document, the quality and the skill what they use in the editing, voiceover, all the technical aspects.
So the students are creating a video and maybe different videos. Each student will be creating different videos, no? Okay. Then what about the evaluation? Is it subjective or objective? For that, what you are doing, you will be having rubrics. Then it's okay. Okay. Any other CEOs? Yes, madam. Can you say louder? Yeah. Student will be able to sketch the diagram of. Okay. No, just one CU. First one, the student should be able to sketch the diagram. That is second CO. Okay. First CO from the first module. Is it like that? Can somebody comment? No, my question is, what is your expectation from that particular module? Up to the evaluation level. So is it an evaluate level CEO? What about your comments? I couldn't hear the entire thing. Is it okay? It's okay, but is it an analyze level or evaluate level?
Now, since it has a multiple weightages, you should find out what is the weightage percentage. If it goes for the higher side, you can take analysis or you can do for application.
No, the question is whether the student is actually evaluating something. Yes, and how you are teaching on the class this topic, whether you are giving notes or giving same situations there. Notes will be given and the student is reproducing it. Already Sunil sir has mentioned that, no? If you are giving the notes and simply they are by hearting it. Okay. You will be asking a different question, only the values will change. Is it in a different situation? The student has to learn themselves. I can understand the situation, madam. The problem is whether you are giving the notes and all those things and the similar situations the student is going through the class and almost the same situation you are asking in the exam, then it is not an evaluate level. You can ask different situations, but the problem is whether that situation is okay or not for an evaluate level question. Okay, if it is okay, then fine. Anyway. Okay, then we will go to the mapping and we will come back because okay, yes.
So when we have set the CO for a analyze level, and maybe in the question paper we have sections like A, B, C, where you give on different values like 5 markers or 2 markers. So there may be chances we may have to go for a understand level question. So should that bother?
We will come to that. No, that mapping. It is possible. It's okay. Now the levels of mapping you can see. We have to start from the bottom. See, you are teaching a particular topic. You may be teaching a particular topic, and what is the topic learning outcome? You are teaching a small topic. What is the outcome of that topic? Okay. Then coming to the COs. For each CO, we have different levels of CO. Okay. Then COs you can map with the, see for example, each question you can map with the CO. Each assignment or a seminar, whatever assessments you are doing, each and every of these activities you can map with the COs, course outcomes. Then COs in turn you can map with POs and PSOs, both. Okay, if you have n COs, then each of the COs we can map with POs as well as to PSOs. And in turn, these POs can be mapped to the POs, but normally at this point of time, no need of mapping these POs or PSOs with POs, because POs are actually evaluated by using indirect assessments. Okay. Then, how we will map? What is the assessment process in OB? This is the process. Final assessment is done by the estimation of program outcome and program specific outcomes, which will serve as a profile of the student's competencies. Earlier, when mentioning about Bloom's taxonomy, there are 3 levels, like the attitude, skill, and knowledge. Attitude, skill, and knowledge. Okay. The POs means the attitude, skill, and knowledge of the student that comes in the PO. POs and PSO are estimated from the component of COs related to the respective PO and PSO. COs are estimated from the component learning outcome of the activity related to that course, the activities. The first step in this process is to determine the mapping of the related components and determining the strength of mapping between lower order and higher order outcomes. So this is the first process. Once if you design the outcomes, COs, POs, and PSOs, everything, now the first process is you have to map each CO with the respective POs and PSOs. This is a one-time activity. It's only a one-time activity. For example, if you have 5 COs, a particular course, and all these 5 COs you have to map with the 11 POs and PSOs, not with all POs and PSOs, but to the 11 POs and PSOs. That we will explain how we can map it. Okay, that is the first process. Okay, then we will calculate the attainment of COs, not POs. We will calculate the attainment of COs, and with that relationship with the PO, we can calculate the attainment of PO and PSO. That is the process. Now, coming to the mapping, how we can map. As an example, this is a standardized mapping scale which I am following. We can have a different mapping scale for the institution. That depends on the policy of the institution. Okay, that we will discuss in the afternoon, how we will come to that, how we will derive the policies and all. Okay, the weightage you can see 0, 1, 2, 3. This is a 4-point scale. It's a 4-point scale. And the relationship, if it is a weightage is 0, 0% attainment. And I'm giving an interval there, 1 to 50%. If the attainment is 1 to 50%, we can say low weightage, or weightage we can, the numerical value 1. 51 to 70% moderate attainment, or we can say the weightage is 2. 71 to 100% significant attainment, we can say the weightage is 3. We are just following this mapping strength. You can follow a 5-point scale or whatever it is. It's not a problem. It's only a demonstration purpose. I'm following this mapping scale. Now, how we will map? We have the activities, the assessments. Assessment means exams, continuous exams, semester exams, assignments, seminars, any activity you are conducting for the purpose of OB. And you can have OB only activities, which will not be reflected in the mark list. You can conduct a debate. Okay, and this can be an OB only activity for calculating the attainment of that PO. You can have a debate, or we can map it with a particular CO. And the mark of this debate may not reflect in the mark list. So we can have OB only activities. Now, how we will map? There are 2 things. One is the action verb, the other one is the learning domain. The course, we have the learning domain, and the question, we have the learning statement. Now, with an example, I can demonstrate it. So there is a course outcome on Bloom's taxonomy. What is the course outcome written there? On completion of this course, the participants will be able to apply the Bloom's taxonomy in framing questions. So we had a course on Bloom's taxonomy today. So what is the outcome? One outcome of this course, the participant should be able to apply Bloom's taxonomy in framing questions. This is an apply level CO. This is an apply level CO. Okay. Now I have a question. Explain the different levels of learning in cognitive level. Explain the different levels of learning in cognitive level. Which level the question is? Understand level. The question is understand level. And this question, if you want to map with that CO, the CO is in the apply level. How can we map? What is the mapping strength? What is the mapping strength? Anybody? Weightage. 0, 1, 2, 3. No? That is the weightage. It will be 1. The question is one level down, no? Only one level down. If it is an application level question, what would be the mapping strength? 3. Outcome, the application level, question, application level. So 3. Now, outcome is application level, question is understand level, not remember level. Then 2. Is it okay? Okay. It's very simple, it's not complex. I'll next one. You just go through this one also. Using Bloom's taxonomy, prepare an application level question in your subject. What is the level? Question is level 3. CO is CO level. Level of the CO. CO is already written there. What is the level of the CO? Apply level. Question is apply level. So fully matching with the question, the CO. The question is fully mapped with the CO. Yeah, what is your doubt now? Yeah, the CO is in the application level. Application level. Question is in the understand level. One level down. Only one level down. Not in the remember level. Okay. So 3 is the perfect matching. This is a 4-point scale. If it is an application level, we should give 3. Question is in the application level. CO is in the application level. So the mapping strength should be 3. Highest mapping. And now the question is one level down. We can give 2. If the question is the remember level, 2 level down, then 1. Suppose the question is in the analyze level. Now our course outcome is in the apply level. Course outcome is already written there, the apply level. Suppose the question is in the analyze level. Suppose you are asked to analyze your question paper. That is one of the tasks. You have a question paper. You have to analyze the questions based on Bloom's taxonomy levels. What is that level? Analyze level is 3. Course out, that means question is level 4, and your course outcome is level 3. Maximum. So maximum mapping. If the student can write that answer for that particular question, our outcome is only the apply level. Student higher. Student's ability is higher. So we are giving 100% mark, no? No, we are not grading down. We are giving 100%. That is why I mentioned that if you have to put your CO higher. If such a situation comes, full mapping should be there. So if you can put your CO on a higher level, then this will not come. Yeah, suppose your course outcome is in the analyze level. Your question is in the remember level. So your CO, please listen, it's very important. Your CO is in the analyze level. What is that level? 4. And your question is in the remember level. What is that level? 1. 1 divided by 4 into 100. What is it? 25. And 25 falls where? 1. This is the formula developed by Sunil sir. Kudos to him. It's very simple. You got it? What is the formula? Question is in the remember level, that means level 1. CO is in the analyze level, level 4. 1 divided by 4 into 100, 25. From 1 to 50%, the attainment is 1. That is our scale. Is it okay? Okay. Any doubt regarding this mapping? Only questions to CO or assignment to CO. If your assignment, you can give assignment to the create level. It's possible. So your CO should be minimum evaluate level. I think sir has mentioned about a practical situation, no? And you are asking a create level question there. So what should be your CO? You can have create level COs, but the problem is you cannot have more questions on create level. So you can let it's best as a best practice, you can put it the evaluate level. Yeah.
Basic understanding must be there in the syllabus, the unit. So I have to ask for the remember and understanding part. But I'll create a COs with analyze or evaluate all the things. So then the grading will not come down for the student if I ask the questions of remembering and understanding.
I will answer that question in a different way. Suppose our maximum mark is 100. Will all the students get 100? No. So we are fixing the maximum mark as 100. Some of the students will get 100. Some may be getting 75%. Some may be getting 50%. The same way, we are fixing the maximum. CO, attainable. Maximum is this. And every student will not attain that. And for that, we are having a target that will come in the next section. So we will fix a target like 60%. We can say 60% of the students or 90% of the students will attain 60% of the attainment. That target we will fix. For that is the purpose of target. Then it will be more easy for you. So up to this level, you can fix the CO the highest level possible. And you can ask questions in the remember level or understand level, but it's better you can have more higher order questions to improve the employability of the students. But you can have remember level or understand level, some few questions. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. In between you can make it. And one more thing I will tell you, if you analyze your question papers, most of the questions falls under the first 2 levels. Is it right? That is the situation. And the students who are getting rank, they are answering to which questions? Remember level and understand level. Computer science faculty members are here, no? Computer science, how many are there? Computer science. Yeah. So we have seen students who are good in theory, maybe scoring good marks, but they may not be getting good jobs. Because some students, they are not good in theory, but in the lab, they are good. Is it like that? The same situation with all subjects. I can give you an example. I have a student who failed for all the subjects in BTech Mechanical. He failed for all the subjects. And he tried for 2 more years. And he got, I think, 6 or 7 papers cleared. That's all. And he started studying IT. I told him, you just experiment with some of the topics, some Linux, at least 1 week. Then we will take a decision. He studied some concepts, cloud and everything. Now he is working in a multinational company, drawing a salary of 33 lakhs. And he got selected to Google. He is one among the 3 persons selected from India. And he will be joining Google within 6 months. And the salary is 90 lakhs in Mumbai. He will be working from Mumbai. So this is possible. So everywhere in the faculty will ask, if you raise the order of the questions with the students' right answers, definitely I have hundreds of examples like this. Some of the students, they may be good in the practical situations or the analyze level or even evaluate level. It is possible. And when you change your strategies, like the teaching strategies, for computer science, I think Sunil sir has given that example. If you ask a question, develop a program, what level it is? Is it create? You are giving lot of programs in the class. And for the exam, you are asking a question like develop a software. Maybe the same situation, he will be writing the code. Maybe. New program means in the same country. If it is a different situation and a different environment, it's okay, fine. Otherwise, it's only understand level, maximum apply level. But if you ask a student to debug a code, what is it? That is analyze level or even evaluate level. And if you ask the student to optimize a code, and most IT companies, they are recruiting now like this. They have the questions like this. They will give a code and ask the student to debug it. Or they will give a code and ask the student to optimize it. If you can run that particular code in, say, in 1 minute, they will ask the student to write a new code which can be run in maybe 30 seconds or even 20 seconds. That is the way the companies are recruiting now. So that means analyze level or evaluate level. And I'm sure that the students who are not getting good marks, if you have this type of assignments in the class, definitely they will perform. That is my experience. So in every subject, we can do like this. You can bring the students to the desired level. Okay. Then we can have the question wise, sorry, the CO1, CO2, CO3, CO4 and CO5 are there in the top in each column. So for every question, you can map with each of the COs. That is what you have done in, I think, in your question bank. Mapping was not there. No? Okay. So this is what you can do in the question bank. You can map the questions with COs. Okay, each COs like this. So if you have 25 questions in the question paper, all these 25 questions will be mapped to different COs. It's already mapped there. Then coming to the COPO mapping. So the question level mapping, question to CO mapping is already we have discussed. Then how the CO can be mapped with POs. For that purpose, you have to divide the PO into competencies. How? We have written a CO on communication skills. What were the competencies? Read, write, comprehend, etc. Suppose we have 5 competencies for a PO or 10, whatever it is. You can have the competencies like this. Then the CO, action verb, starting with the action verb, learning statement. Then how we will map? Suppose this particular CO is addressing 40% or more of the competencies in the PO. We can give full mark. 3. We are not expecting more than that from a particular CO. Okay, because the PO is more generic. Communication skill means suppose we are teaching, say, some particular subject like programming. You may be giving a project and there will be a project presentation or something like that. So in that way, we can map that CO with a PO. So we can have a comparatively less mapping for that. So between 25% and 40% 2, between 25% and 5% 1, and if less than 5%, 0. So for COPO mapping, what you have to do, divide the POs into different competencies and we can map. This is not a big task. See, if you start evaluating the answer purpose, first 2-3 answer purpose, it will take time. Is it like that? And after that, you will finish it in half an hour. First 2-3 papers will take 1 hour. Is it like that? No. You are very sincere in that. How much time you will take? 16 papers? Sir, give a salary increment. 16 papers in 1 day. 2 days, my God. Sir, what is your name? Shailen. Which department? Physics. Very good. 16, 16 papers in 2 days. Maximum 3 hours in a day. Anyway, then also it's good. Yeah. So similarly, I can tell you, if you start with this mapping, maybe this is only a one-time activity. The beginning of the semester, you have to map the CO with the PO. In less than 30 minutes, you can do it. Okay. If you practice it. Maybe the first time it will take time. After that, when we are well versed with these concepts, it will take less than half an hour in a semester. So you will be teaching 1 course or 2 courses, 3 courses. So in less than 2 hours, you can do it for a semester, the COPO mapping. And the questions you can, once if it is mapped in the question bank, then that data is brought to this. I will show you some tools also in the afternoon, how to calculate that attainment. Okay. So this is the way we can map COs with the POs, and we have a COPO mapping. We will get a table like this. Once if you map each CO with the different POs, 0, 1, 2, 3, that is the mapping scale. It's a 4-point scale. Some COs are mapped with the POs with the 0 weightage, some of the COs with the 1, with the 2, with 3. That way we will get a table like this. And again we will get a COPSO mapping. Your PSOs may be 3 or 4. Okay. And here, most of the COs you can map with the PSOs because this is program specific outcome. That means your courses are related to that program. So you'll have more mapping strength or more PSOs can be mapped with the COs. So these things I told you, you can do it in a half an hour. So that's all with the mapping, the design of outcomes. Okay. Now, if you have any doubts, we'll clear it. And the afternoon also, we will have some hands-on activities. The afternoon, we will go through the attainment calculation. What is the process? At least you should know the process, and you cannot calculate it manually. Okay, we'll explain the process because you should understand the process. When the peer team comes, they will ask what is the process. Okay. Any questions? The remaining questions we will answer in the afternoon. I think it's time for lunch now. So, okay. So that is more interesting than this, definitely. Okay, we will wind up for lunch. Thank you.
I hope you people are still alive. Or the calculations has made us alive. Anyways, we'll be breaking for lunch now. We are on time. We'll gather back right at 2 o'clock for the attainment calculation and analysis of the accreditation. And the lunch is served outside the auditorium. Kindly come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
COs. So 16th question mark to CO1, the mark is 75%. What is the attainment? Mark is 75%. 3, 51 to? Yeah, 70 to 100. 3. Then 1 by 2, 50 marks. Attainment is 1. 3 by 5, 62. 2 by 5, 41. And if you are using a tool, you need to enter the marks. And it is already with you. You are entering the marks somewhere, no? You are entering the marks somewhere. Is it like that? Just copy that mark to this tool. Attainment and everything will be taken care of. No need of writing this. Only for your understanding and explaining it. And what is the last one? Can somebody comment on the last column? Is that? Yeah, weightage of what? Which one? Question level attainment means the mark and how the question is mapped with the CO1. It's already there. So the student is getting full mark for this particular question which is mapped to CO1. What is the last column? Weightage means what? No, for example, what is 2? What is the meaning of 2 there? Wait. Moderate it is okay. What is the mapping done there? Is it with the COPO or it is with the question to CO? Every question we are mapping with CO, with a weightage. That weightage is the last one. I will explain once more. See, each question we are mapping to different COs with a mapping strength. How? You look at the action verb of question, look at the action verb of the CO. The question is mapped with CO, with a weightage. That weightage is given at the last column. For each question, how it is mapped with the COs. And that also, again, I will tell you, the tool will take care of it. Because already we have mapped the question with the COs. Okay, that data is already there. If you are using a tool, that data is already there. Only thing you have to do is you have to map every question with the CO at the time of entering that question. Okay, so these complications are there, but manually, you cannot do it. That's what I. Then you can see the CO1 attainment. Is it okay? How we have calculated here? 3 into 2. Here we have taken the weighted average. 3 into 2 plus 3 into 3 plus 1 into 1, etc. divided by the total weight. And this is the CO1 attainment of a particular student for one course outcome. There are 5 course outcomes like this. Okay. This is the process. Then we have done an exercise earlier. Which activities is more suitable for implementing OB? Project, internship, seminars, assignments. That means continuous assessments. All these falls under continuous assessment. And your weightage is 40 for continuous assessment and 60 for exam. We can reverse it. Or even we can give 80% weightage for continuous assessments for calculating the attainment. You got it? Not for the mark. For calculating the attainment, you can give 80% weightage for continuous assessment because now we are convinced that when we give projects or assignments or seminar, we can measure the outcome in a better way rather than these exams. Okay, we agree. Not completely. Then tell me, madam, what is your suggestion? That's for the mark. That's for the mark. This is for attainment calculation. So this is a different thing. Is it logical now? Give more weightage for continuous assessment, for calculation of attainment, only for calculation of attainment, not for mark. Okay. Agreed. Okay. So we are giving 80% for continuous assessment, that is the weightage. Now just the calculation only, we will leave that. Then direct and indirect. Suppose we are conducting a survey, you are asking the student, what is the attainment? In your opinion, what is your attainment of each of the CEOs? Suppose he is saying, I have full attainment, you have to accept it. In that case, give 10% weightage or 20% weightage for indirect assessment. That also we can decide. All this will come in the OB manual of the institution. Okay. So we will calculate like this. Then finally we will get a report for the class. For a particular course, what is the CO attainment for each student? We will get a table like this. And we can convert it into percentage attainment that I will show in the tool, which will be more understandable. Then percentage, we will leave these things. Then we can calculate the PO. How? We have calculated CO now. And already we have mapped each CO with POs, with a weightage. Okay, CO, now we have calculated. The mapping already we have done. Using that mapping strength, we can calculate PO. We are not calculating PO directly. From CO, we are calculating PO. The same way we can calculate PSO. Again, at the end of the program, we should conduct a survey for indirect assessment. So we can ask the student, in your opinion, what is your attainment level for PO1? That is domain knowledge in this case. So if the student responds like this, the full attainment, if the student claims full attainment, we have to give 3. Then we have to have a ratio for calculating the final. We will get a table like this for each student, the PO attainment. Okay. Then 60% or whatever it is. Then institutional level attainment, that we will get like this. Average attainment. Then now we will leave this and I will show you a tool and how the reports are coming. Okay, that will be easy for you. Okay, can you see the screen? Okay, this is a tool where each of the faculty, they will get a login. And the first activity is they have to upload the course outcomes. So in an Excel sheet, already you have the course outcomes. You can upload the course outcomes. And then you can fix a target for each of the CEOs. Okay, so fixing the target again, we will train you. Initially, you can have a lower target the first year, like 50 or 60 for a course outcome. Okay, now you can fix the target like this. Your CEOs are already there. Then you can do the mapping. This is again, I told you, this is only one-time activity. Each of the CEO you can map with the POs. Again, the beginning of the semester, you can do all these things. Each CO you can map with the different POs with a weightage 1, 2, 3 or 0, like that. Then the PSO mapping you can done. Then you can go to the analytics. See, these are very important. How the CO is distributed or how the PO-CO mapping is done. For example, in this case, communicative competence is a PO number 2. And you can see only 2 COs are mapped with the communicative competence. That means this PO is not represented by not properly represented by COs. So you're looking at these analytics, you can change the mappings or you can revisit again. Okay. So that sufficient or proper mapping should be there. Then you can enter the mark, or before that, there are components like, so these are the questions. Okay, again, if you are using the question bank, the questions are already entered and mapped with the Bloom's taxonomy and COs. Okay, the data is already there. So once if you conduct the exam, that data you can bring here, no need of re-entering it. So each question is mapped with the Bloom's taxonomy levels and the COs. Already it is there for internal and external. For internal exam also, you can generate the question paper from there, and the data is in the question bank. You can bring that data to this particular tool. And suppose you are conducting an assignment. If there is an assignment, at that point of time, you can just add this assignment and the components or a criteria for evaluation of this assignment or the rubrics. Okay, and this assignment again you can map to different CEOs or the Bloom's taxonomy levels. Similarly, you can have n number of activities. As I mentioned earlier, these are OB only activities which may not be there in the mark list. We can have OB only activities so that for improving the attainment. Okay, so after the end of the semester, after all the activities are completed, you will get the attainment like this. You can see for each student the course out. You need to enter the marks. You need to map the initial mapping, everything, the process you have to do. The rest of the things the tool will take care of, the calculation part, everything. Okay, only the mapping you have to do, then the enter the marks. Okay, so you'll get a report like this for each student, CO1 for this particular course. The second column is the average. Third column, again CO2, out of 3, what is the value? And again, you will get lot of reports. I will show one report here. This is a report. We have is the target 60% for CO1, CO2, and CO3, 50% for CO4. Now you can see the class average, the second row, standard deviation, and percentage of attainment. The tool will calculate this. What is the percentage of attainment of the class? 60% is our target for CO1. We can see 90% of the students have achieved that target. This is useful for accreditation purpose. The SSR or you can mention about all these things. So 90% of the students have achieved that 60% target. The second case again 90%, and in the third CO only 17.5% of the students have achieved that target. So in that case, what you can do is you can have another activity. You can have another activity and you can bring the students to the desired level, or we can call it assurance of learning. So using this report, we can claim that we are following assurance of learning. Assurance of learning means the students who are joining this institution, we are assuring that a certain level of attainment of outcomes is possible. Okay, and that will also help you in getting good score for accreditation. In Rajagiri College in Kerala, they are having the highest in Kerala. We are the second Marian College. So for, we got 3.71 and A++. Rajagiri got 3.74, I think. And they have mentioned the assurance of learning everywhere. Okay, so here you can claim that you have implemented assurance of learning so that we have brought all the students to the desired level. So these are some of the reports for the faculty, and the HOD level, there are some other reports which I will show you. That will also help you in identifying the slow learners, the advanced learners. Then I will show you some of the reports. So this is a report which shows the trend analysis. Okay, you can see the blue line and the yellow line. This is a report of a particular student. How the student is performing, how he is progressing over semesters, yellow line. The blue line represents the batch progression. And this is useful for PTA meetings. You can show with this data that your son or daughter is performing like this compared to the batch. Okay, this is the Bloom's taxonomy level, PO level and PSO level. Everything we can have the report like this. POs, PSOs. Okay. So this is of a particular student. Then we can identify the outliers. We'll give you another example. This is the performance of a student. See, Abhijit Pradeep, no? Or sorry, Abhishek Kumar. In the second semester compared to the first semester. You can see more upward trends in the second semester compared to the first semester. Okay. Now going to the third semester, you can see more downward trends. That means there was some problem for this particular student in this semester. Maybe it's personal problem, a family problem, or problem with some particular topics. So this will come under the outliers report. We'll get a separate report of the students like this from this analytics. And again, we will get a slow learners report, advanced learners report. These are all useful for the accreditation purpose. And you can show to the accreditation agency that this, based on this report, we have identified the students and we have taken remedial measures. Okay, with data we can prove it. So this is the way we can implement OB for these accurate values. You have seen the reports. You have to input what? The correct values for the mapping. Everything should be perfect. Otherwise, we cannot show it to the public. If you want to share it with the students or parents, then the value should be accurate. For that, a clear understanding of Bloom's taxonomy. That is very important. From there, you have to start. Then the mapping process, and these are simple things. But the main thing is a clear understanding of the Bloom's taxonomy. And you look upon the COs. COs are our targets. Okay. So how to reach there? How to attain the outcome? For that, you have to define the activities. Okay. I will show you the process also, how we can implement OP, what are the processes. Okay. So after this, Sunil sir will give you an idea about ChatGPT in 10 minutes and how to frame questions using ChatGPT so that you can reduce your workload. Okay, no need of typing anything. You can have questions from different knowledge levels. ChatGPT will give you the questions, don't worry. And you can choose the good questions from there. Just copy paste it. Okay, no need of even typing again. This is the full process. Okay, so we have to start with constitution of an OB implementation committee. The IQC coordinator should be there. Criteria 1, criteria 2, heads of criteria 1 and criteria 2 are there? Yes. Criteria 1, criteria 2, most important one. Most important criteria, no? Yeah, definitely. So criteria 2 and criteria 1. Criteria 2 and criteria 1, then IQC coordinator should be there in the committee. Then OBT. Yeah, you should have an OBT coordinator in addition to that. Who is there? You are there, okay. Then you can have some other members also. And even you can have some members from outside. Okay. The That is where you have to start. Then initial training, yeah, this this training is not enough. Anyway, we have to have more sections, maybe online or offline, whatever it should be. Yeah. Then preparation of OB manual. That is the first thing you have to do. The OB implementation committee. You have to start preparing the OB manual. The policies and everything should come there. That you can show to the peer team or again in the SSR you can mention about it, because the criteria one itself you can refer OB manual. Okay. Then formulation of outcomes. If you want to revisit the outcomes, I think you can do it. I don't know whether it is possible this semester, sir. Is it possible in this semester? Okay. Then it's better you redesign the outcomes based on the inputs you got today. And the OB team will look into that. And they have to sit with each department and do it. This is the process we are doing in many other colleges also. Then curriculum development and outcome mapping. If you want to redesign the curriculum, that also is possible. I don't know if it's possible for this semester or maybe later. So once if you go through this, at least for one semester or 2 semesters, we can identify the gaps and do it. Identifying innovative teaching, learning and assessment methods. Each department can do, they can identify some new strategies so that you can even have a reward system for the best department. Something like that, who is coming with good ideas, innovative ideas for assessment, learning activities, etc. Then preparation of outcome-oriented course plans and assessment plans, OB-focused question paper generation. If you are using that question bank, I will show you how to enter that question. There also you can map the questions and everything. And as I mentioned earlier, Sun sir will give you an idea how easily you can get questions through ChatGPT. So just copy and paste it there. Then attainment calculation, generating and understanding reports on OB. That is the next phase. Once if you prepare reports, understand the reports, and if you have to improvise something, you have to do that also. Analyzing feedback and improvising the process. And finally, use ChatGPT and AI tools for easy and effective implementation. This is a whole process. You can start with the, already you have the committee, maybe to start preparing the OB manual. Then finally, you can start implementing it in a proper way. Okay. Any doubts regarding calculation or anything? Yes. Impact of open book exams. That depends on how you are framing that scenario. You can do it, as I mentioned earlier. No, IIT Goa have proved it. Same way you can do it. Even you can ask the students to frame questions, and you can have open book exams. Give weightage for quality questions. These are best practices in OB implementation. Open book exams, because we are not measuring the memory of the student now, because information is available everywhere. Even in the internet, you get all these information. No need of memorizing all these things. No? Okay. Any other questions? Placements have increased. That is the first thing. Our admissions, I think we have almost filled all the seats this year. And in all other colleges, even colleges in Cochin, the numbers came down. We have good placements. That is the main advantage, because the quality will improve, employability will improve. Because for my students, for MCA students, I'm teaching OR. Earlier, the questions was like, define the characteristics of OR. That is one question for exam. Now the scenario is different. We'll give a scenario like a real life situation, ask them students to develop the model and solve by using any of the methods. In that way, change. And for programming, we have coding challenges. So they are getting placed. For my students, at least they are getting average 5 or 6 offers for each student. The data is not available. That's the problem with placement. The students are getting placed, the offer letter we have to produce. Maybe you have the data. Yeah, the data is the problem. But our placements are almost full. Only for the UG program, they may be going for higher studies. For PG, almost, I think every department is 100%. We have MSW, MBA, MCA, MCOM, MMS. It's 100% for PG. Yeah. Definitely, sir, there is a change, but I will tell you, I am not completely satisfied with the implementation till now, because we are lot to do. We know it. Last week also, we had a training for the entire faculty. I have taken the session, full day section, but there are a lot of gaps. So it is there. I'm not claiming that I'm fully satisfied with the implementation. Yeah, but we are improving. And for our exams, each of the questions now fully mapped with COs. That way we have converted all the questions. And our COs, we are trying to keep the higher side. So each question will be fully mapped with the COs. That means if you have an analyzed level CO, the question will be also an analyzed level question. In that way, we have having some improvement. But I'm not claiming that it's a fully satisfied one. It will take time. Yeah. But we have more activities now in the campus. We have more activities other than exams. Exams are there, but according to the university syllabus restrictions, we cannot. We are following a 60-40 ratio. All other colleges in Kerala following either 80-20 or 70-30. We are the only college we are following 60-40, and after winning a case, the High Court. So that problems are there. We got only our college got that after that case. Now it is 70-30. Earlier it was 80-20. Okay. Any other questions? So as mentioned, we will provide you with a learning management system so that you can do task and assignments there. There will be a task on question paper analysis. There will be a task on defining COs for one particular course, and you can have the checklist. You can check it and you can evaluate yourself. That means again you are learning. You are evaluating the CO of another person who is already submitted there. So these tasks are there. You can just go through that task, and the server saying that after completing the task, you will get a certificate. Okay. Okay. Then we'll just Sunil sir will give you an idea about ChatGPT, how to create questions on ChatGPT and all. After that, we will wind up or have a break, tea break, and again. No. Sir was answered. Okay, that was a question. Actually, in OB, when implementing OB, we can have n number of activities. Even a repetition of one or two questions, questions will not repeat. The portions will repeat. See, for example, in CO1 we have a module 1, for example. Then CO2 for module 2. And in the final exam, you are repeating questions again from CO1 and CO2. But it will not have that much effect because if you have n number of activities for calculating attainment. So it will have a small impact. Otherwise, what we can do, that also you can decide as a policy. You can have a, see, CA1, CA2, CA3, you can divide. For CA1, you can have module 1. CA2, you can have module 2 and module 3. And CA3, you can have module 4 and module 5. And for final exam, you can have question from every module. Then there is not a problem. That means equally it is distributed. Otherwise, also it will not give much impact because you have to add more activities, more continuous assessment. There, the evaluation is already done. And only for one or two questions or any topic repeated at the end of the exam, it will not matter. Yeah. Yeah, sir was asking a question yesterday, like there is a program called BSc, no? BSc. Not BSc Maths or BSc Physics. How is the program designed? Just BSc. Is it like that? And they are studying all these subjects, maths, physics, chemistry. What about biology? No.
Of the two subjects. Coupling of two subjects.
Combination of two subjects. Two courses.
Yeah.
Means the maths, physics, you will have a BSc. Physics, chemistry, you will have a, and you will have a, it's not a problem. We will explain that. It's not a problem. Because what all students, the students are learning, based on that, we can have the PSO. Yeah. Sir will explain it. Any other questions? This is already there in Delhi University. It's already there, and in Kerala also it's being implemented. Yeah. Yeah. This year. Yeah. Yes, sir. It is everywhere, sir. It's not a problem. Sir, we will break now for a tea and come back for after the session. Okay. Then sir will take.
So, good afternoon. How do you feel? Are you fallen in love with OB? Yeah, definitely you should fall in love. Then only you will be able to show justice in the lines of OB. Actually, my role now here is two things. One, just to take ChatGPT also along with you in your that is in your journey for implementation of OB. For this, only a small part. I would like to know how many of you are using ChatGPT as your main partner. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. You are often, that means we used to say whatever thing to our partner to get some good responses back, right? Likewise, in your day-to-day activities related to the academics, how many of you are much been using ChatGPT? Yeah, very good, very good, very good, very good. So I think that my task is too little. So what is the specialty you could find with the ChatGPT? Does the ChatGPT betray you?
Sometimes.
So I just cut off the partner. It's a friend. Okay, so the ChatGPT may sometimes betray. Sometimes what ChatGPT say, maybe some wrong things they will be giving it. What is the difference between ChatGPT and Google search? What's the ChatGPT and Google search? What's the difference? Google also you search, you will be getting some answers. ChatGPT also you type, it's a text, chatbot.
Google, there is options.
Huh?
Many options it gives.
Google is nothing but text search. You are uploading a number of websites and you will be searching something and every text will be having some keywords. So Google has been conducting keyword search. So every time you search these keywords, they will come and bring it up. But ChatGPT is totally different. That is, the ChatGPT gives you the answers from the product of what ChatGPT has learned. Okay, because it is a that is a machine learning model. In a machine learning model, what we do is that we first train the model, and when the model gets trained, you ask some questions, then it will respond to you from the learning that it had already taken. Isn't it? Just like if I ask something to you, you will be answering me how? On the basis of your learning. The same thing, that is why we call it as artificial intelligence. It has learned a number of things from the net and it has stored it with them. So when we are asking something, actually it has been trained on the basis of deep learning architecture. Isn't it? I'm not going into the technical side. So whenever we communicate it into this chatbot, or ChatGPT, it will be answering just like a human brain, isn't it? Human brain, if you ask something to me, whatever I have learned, I am expressing, giving you the answer from what I have learned. So when you are asking ChatGPT, the ChatGPT is responding to you from the, yeah. But it is said that when we are training a model, no model here is 100% accurate. 100% accurate. If there is 100% accuracy, then ChatGPT will be replacing every one of us, because it is giving the answers, solutions with 100% accuracy. There is no need for doctor. You can communicate your diseases and the test reports. It will be diagnosing and giving you that. So it will be replaced. So no model is at the present status quo, 100% perfect. It will be only up to about 70 or something. But gradually, when the learning progresses, it will go to more and more accuracy. So whatever you ask to ChatGPT, just like asking to a friend, it will be responding. And every time you ask, isn't it? Suppose if you are asking about Mysore, okay, what are the places, the attractive places of Mysore? It will be showcasing what are the beautiful places. Can you make me a a travel plan to move around Mysore for 2 days? It will be giving you a schedule. So every time when you ask, there is no need to tell that I am going to Mysore, isn't it? Whenever you are communicating with ChatGPT, it is maintaining a continuity, just like you are talking to a person. Every time there is no need to ask him from the very beginning scenario. So that is how the ChatGPT is. Just giving a small introduction. So you can use ChatGPT for everything. If you want to ask ChatGPT, okay, I want this is the outcome, and I want to give my students an assignment based on this outcome. What are the assignments you could suggest? ChatGPT will give you, isn't it? What topic, what learning strategies that I should adopt for creating? ChatGPT will be giving you. Even mapping also ChatGPT will be giving you. Sometimes it may not be right. So we have to be the masters to validate what the ChatGPT gives us. About 60 to 70%, okay, but sometimes there will be some errors. Sometimes errors. And one concern which we often get while working with the question bank is that the teachers are often finding it difficult to get questions. Now that problem is solved because ChatGPT is there at your call, isn't it? So now we could say that if you want to ask ChatGPT something, you have to present it in a verbal form. And in for the ChatGPT's perspective or in an AI perspective, whatever you ask this AI tool, we call it as prompt. And there is a prompt engineering where a prompt should contain 4 things. One thing, you have to mention this about the role that it has been playing. For example, you act as an examiner. The context, isn't it? The context should be there. And it will be better that if you want to ask a different question, then you can ask the ChatGPT to ignore the previous prompt. So it will be beginning with a new thing. Otherwise, it will be having a continuity of what. There will be a string of continuity from what we have asked prior. So one thing, if you want to ask entirely a new thing in between a conversation, you have to say ignore the previous prompt. And now you have to act as a examiner. So what is the role that ChatGPT has to take? Then what is the task that ChatGPT has to do? If you want to make multiple choice questions, create multiple choice questions. From the topic, something you can mention it like that, and you can give descriptions. A multiple choice question should contain how many options? 3 options or 4 options? One should be correct, and it should be from which level of Bloom's taxonomy. Likewise, if you could prompt it in that way, the ChatGPT will be giving you the solutions. I would like to take only 10 minutes to show you. Obviously, you will be knowing better than me, but still, since we have announced, we are just showing it. personal. What is going on there?
Vivek, Turkish padi aati.
What is this? Huh? Is this happening here? No. This is the ChatGPT effect. That is, we have got sufficient time to
Naked out.
not sleep, some activity that we have already. Because if you want to do some task in 3 hours, if you are keeping ChatGPT along with us, you can do it in just in 1 hour or half an hour. Isn't it? So you are getting a lot of free time. Isn't it? So ChatGPT is that much potential. Isn't it? And in days ahead, the accuracy also will be improving so that the ChatGPT will be giving you a very right solutions. So you can take ChatGPT along with you for preparing questions, then identifying some topics that you could give for the students, which methodology that you have to adopt for teaching such and such topic. If you are going with the research, you can ask ChatGPT, which is the most relevant area where I could everywhere he will be there with you. So your time, your work will be reduced to a greater extent. So as we told that prompt is, mic is there. I think my sound is more than this. I was wondering. Okay. So actually the difference between prompt and a programming language syntax is that in a programming language syntax, if there is a small error in the gap in Python, a space is there more, it will work. Or if you are putting an additional comma, it won't work, isn't it? But prompt is not like any programming language. You are communicating to your ChatGPT in your own words. So you can communicate in the language that you are more comfortable. There is no issues. So here, the structure of the prompt which is being used for preparing question is that act as a examiner. So once you have told it the second time, again, there is no need to say that you have to act as an examiner. You will act as an examiner, right? So it will be better to give him a role. Act as an examiner, frame. How many questions you need? 5 or more. You can frame 5 questions. Type what type of questions? Okay, short answer type question or moderate or essay type questions. On the topic. What is the topic you would like to frame questions? Okay, on the topic from undergraduate course. So ChatGPT will be getting little more clarity. Okay, I don't want a question on this topic from secondary level. Undergraduate course on the course name for BSc or whatever it may be. The question should be from Bloom's what level? You can also fix Bloom's level. Okay, so the ChatGPT will work for you. So one use case I mentioned there. Identify the type of, so the type of questions what I would like to set is short answer. Then the topic from which this question has to be taken should be from electric cell and its internal resistance. This is the topic. Then the course is from electricity, because I'm teaching the course on electricity, and inside the electricity a topic was there. And taxonomy level, what? Application. So what the prompt I could give, ignore the previous prompt in the conversation, act as an examiner, frame 5 short answer questions on electric cell and internal resistance from undergraduate course on electricity. The question should be from Bloom's taxonomy application. Isn't it? The prompt is ready. Let us give the prompt. Let us give the prompt. Because since it is a presentation mode, I have just written the prompt separately for me to. So where is ChatGPT? Let me check it. Okay. So probably I am just trying to copy what I have. Okay. So you know the previous prompts and all these things have been given to ChatGPT, and let us check whether it is okay. So the ChatGPT will be okay, sure, okay. So it is also giving the answer. Fine. It is also giving the answer also. It is very practical. See, three questions are there. You can just copy that question and put it. You can say whether it is application. Isn't it? Very beautifully, it is giving the question. Because application question will be some problem type. It is giving questions so easy. Only change the topic, what level you need. In the morning, we are discussing about the Bloom's taxonomy, and ChatGPT has been helping us. So, what is the significance there for here in the morning section? Because you are the masters, you want to check whether what ChatGPT is saying is right. So, about 70% will be right, but sometimes ChatGPT may trick you. Okay, then 4% will be right, and 1% maybe some other will be there. You have to identify that. So, this is so easy, isn't it? The scenario is there, and answer also is ChatGPT is giving. So, if you want a multiple choice question, same scenario. Let me check it out. So this was every time when you search, you won't get the same question because it is been giving you the answers on the basis of its learning. So every time you generate and regenerate, you will be getting different variety of questions. So there will not be any shortage of questions. Check whether it is okay, copy it and put it in the put it in the section, whatever you would like to. Okay, suppose if you are building a question bank, okay, you can just transfer these questions to the question bank and make populate it and have very good questions. And if you want multiple choice, because in some areas multiple choice questions are there. The difference which I've told about ChatGPT, multiple choice question. Same type of question, topic, everything. Only small change. What is the small change? I need act as an examiner, frame 3 multiple choice questions. The questions on what is the topic? Electric cells are from undergraduate course in electricity. Two questions from understanding. And one question from application. ChatGPT will do that, isn't it? If I want two questions from understanding and one question from application, okay. Application, there should be 4 options. In multiple choice question, there should be 4 options. Each and every questions and the correct answer should be given at the end. Isn't it? We should also know what is the correct answer, right? So ask ChatGPT whether you are giving the correct answer. That will be okay. So let me run this. So framing questions or identifying questions is not a problem. Also, you can ask ChatGPT to create a course outcome. ChatGPT will do. Because what we are doing, we know these are the content for my course. ChatGPT, please help me to prepare. Don't say please. Then he will speak superior. ChatGPT, prepare. You can ask like that. Prepare to course outcome at whatever level, higher order possible. With respect to this content, ChatGPT will give you. And now you have got expertise to check whether it is. For quality check is there, whether what ChatGPT is giving is okay or not. You can identify that. Yeah. See, the question is there, multiple choice, the correct answers, showcasing at the last. Got it? Okay, for question 1. Question 1. It is an understanding what is the primary purpose of electric cell in a circuit. Isn't it? So they have to explain it. Why? And the answers is there. Likewise. The third one, application. It was a problem. Application. And the answers is given there. You know, obviously you are working with ChatGPT. So at every time, that is why I told you that ChatGPT will go along with you as a partner. It will be helping you in every academical issues and matters. If you want to make suggestions, suppose if you are, when we are speaking about outcome-based education, everything should be centered around outcome, isn't it? Outcome first. If you want to teach something, whatever you teach should be aligned to outcome. If you want to evaluate something, it should be aligned to outcome. And that alignment is what we call as constructive alignment. So constructive alignment is the soul of outcome-based education. Suppose if you want to make a question in this operation research. See, before we gave the ChatGPT what? This is the topic, this is the subject, etc., etc. Now I am going to give another way. I am going to ask the ChatGPT. I am going to prompt it in another way. This is my outcome, and I want you to give me a question to assess the outcome. Outcome based. You are going to ask the ChatGPT outcome based. See, ignore the previous prompt. As a teacher handling those operation research, and prepare a problem type question related to the course outcome. You didn't give what? Topic name. You didn't give subject. You are just giving what? The course outcome that has to be assessed. And you are asking ChatGPT to prepare a question, a problem type question to access what? This outcome. Okay, this outcome.
This can be done by the student.
Both questions should be, yeah, student also. You should make a practice for the students also. Let them go with the technology. You cannot hide ChatGPT from the students. ChatGPT. Yeah. Yeah. We should use. We should use because when we use, we will be getting more and more innovative things to bring into the class. The class will be full of what? Full of what? Innovations. The activity will be giving a lot of innovations. The class will be full of innovations, right? So let me check whether the ChatGPT is doing justice to this.
To add to that, we have actually planning for an FTP in, for research by using ChatGPT. We can publish a paper by using ChatGPT. It is possible. In September, we will be having a 7-day program. We will inform you.
Okay. So I'll just return it because ignore the previous prompt. Every time I say ignore the previous prompt because there will be a link. It is just like talking to a person. Will be the talking will be always having a continuity. So to break that continuity, we just put a clause. Ignore the previous prompt. As a teacher in operations, let me ignore. Then I am just going to give them the rule as a teacher in operational research. Prepare problem type question related to the course outcome. The course outcome is utilize linear programming techniques to formulate mathematical model for real world optimization problem. What is the level of this outcome? What is the level of this outcome? Application. Apply. Both the question should be from both the question. Did I just put the two questions? When I say both the questions, ChatGPT will know what is in my mind. I need two questions. Let me check. I didn't try to prepare two questions. Let me check whether the ChatGPT is wise as me. I didn't mention. But ChatGPT will know my interest. Question 1. Okay, see, the ChatGPT know what is there in my mind. I didn't say two questions. But in the last statement I mentioned, oh, that is ChatGPT is intelligent, isn't it? That ChatGPT know that, okay, I forgot to mention two questions, how many questions we did. But at the end, we read two questions, isn't it? So that is intelligence. That is artificial intelligence. And it has given two questions. And two questions are what? Application level questions, isn't it? And these questions are prepared from where? I didn't give the topic. I have just given outcome. I just given outcome. So likewise, there are a lot of use cases. This is in our previous FTV. 120 use cases where the teachers can integrate the possibilities of ChatGPT into their academical work. That was there in our previous session. So that is very wide. Very, you can integrate it. You can ask ChatGPT to prepare some analogs regarding some topic, to text summarizations, like a number of things, or relate some topic to some cartoons. Likewise, you can get a lot of suggestions. But I'm not deviating it from my topic. Our topic is outcome-based education. That's only I just mentioned along. So, if you, I understand that more than 50% faculty are very actively using ChatGPT, but those who have not started it, you should start. Otherwise, it will be too late. ChatGPT can work a lot of things. And there are a lot of AI tools. You can prepare presentations in 2 seconds. And the API for all those AI tools is from ChatGPT. ChatGPT will prepare the content and then it will just put it in different space. So the base is from with ChatGPT. And they are also bought and some ChatGPT is comparatively. So I think you can use this for free. So actually this was one section which I have given in a small time, but I just want to show you how ChatGPT could help you to prepare questions. Okay, any other queries? Any other queries? Pardon? Yeah. But we cannot keep them separate from ChatGPT because yeah, yeah. Yeah, you can ask ChatGPT to generate the content about 5 or 6 lines and ask the ChatGPT to answer. Yeah, definitely. When the technology goes, we cannot keep them away from the technology. So these issues could be solved. ChatGPT, you can ask ChatGPT to generate the same thing how many times? 10 times. And ask ChatGPT to get the result. So in the background, ChatGPT will be generating 10 templates. Yeah, that is why we know that ChatGPT is not replacing the teachers of our team. So likewise in every field we have to we should have that ability to validate what the ChatGPT or any AI tools is giving now because it is not 100% accurate. The accuracy rate is about 70% or something. And that 30% is still there. Even if it gives 99%, then 1% is also still there. If it becomes 100, then okay, we can say that ChatGPT, whatever you say, I can take it. So, anything more? Anything more?
Sir, is there a possibility of banning it?
Is it?
Are there plans to ban the use of that?
Ban why? When technology goes ahead, we should run with the technology. We should go above that, not spanning. Isn't it? When technology goes ahead, we have to go above that. Okay, we should not ban. So I think we enjoyed really enjoyed from the heart. We enjoyed interacting with you, and I think it is time to.
Good evening once again. We have a short valedictory now. I request all the delegates to come on to the dais. Here we come to the end of one-day workshop on outcome-based education. Any programs, workshops, or seminars, feedback matters a lot. Here we have two teachers to give their feedback about today's program.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and my dear colleagues. On a process of preparing ourselves to implement outcome-based education in our college, this one-day program has been really helpful in understanding where we are. Perhaps it has now paved a way to understand our learning levels about the education system itself we have. So on this occasion, I thank Dr. Sunil Job and Dr. Mendes Jacob for their sharing their experience with us and enriching our fellow friends with the implementation of OBU. I also thank the IQAC and organizers of this event. Thank you all.
So good afternoon, everyone. Just to give a feedback on this one-day faculty development program, me as being a fresher, this faculty development program was very useful because we had no idea about course outcomes, learning outcomes, or program outcomes, and this one-day session was actually very useful for us. And to start with the day, the Bloom's taxonomy. I guess everybody has their own workbook, and our work diary has Bloom's taxonomy as the line at the last page. I hope everybody has seen it. And even though we have the Bloom's taxonomy on the last page, even if we read it once, it was a bit difficult for us to understand. But the way Sir explained it in the morning, it was really very useful, Sir. And it was very easy for us to understand how it is actually and how we can implement it in our teaching purposes also. Followed by Mendes Sir's both the sessions were very useful, and to go on with the sessions about course outcomes and how the attainment and calculations and everything was a bit useful for us, and I hope that we all will include and inculcate it in our coming days and we use it for our betterment. And thank you, and I thank IQAC and the entire college and the management for organizing this one-day FDP program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fellow and Ms. Nancy, for your valuable feedback. Now I request our principal to address us.
Good evening to all, respected expert speakers of the day, academic heads, and my learned colleagues. In the absence of Father Rector and all the management representatives, I have been asked to convey a few things to you all. Post AAA, we had two staff meetings, combined staff meetings, and a lot of things were communicated to you all. In the AAA report submitted to the institution, one of the gaps observed, identified was this OB implementation process in the institution. So immediately after the submission, I was called along with the Vice Principal Administration to attend the Management Council meeting headed by the Archbishop, Most Reverend Dr. Bernard Morris. So I attended the meeting, and in that meeting, very clear directions were given to me.
saying that very serious observations have been made by the AAA team experts, and you need to take initiative. You need to take the leadership in identifying the gap and to bridge the gap, to fill the gap as early as possible, because our college will be going for the assessment very soon, 4th cycle. And Archbishop in the meeting very clearly told me, you assign the work, tasks and responsibilities to the staff. This I have already told you in the previous staff meeting. I am just reiterating once again. And time-bound responsibilities, there should be a time frame. We cannot go on dragging it. We cannot go on ignoring it. You identify teams to implement these areas, these tasks. And one of the tasks was this, a mega task, a major task, difficult task, of course, OB implementation in our college. Nobody had a very clear picture about it. Even though we had attended a session on Bloom's taxonomy and other issues by the same expert speakers a couple of years ago, we did not have any much idea about the OB implementation process. In the initial meetings we had, previous meetings we had among ourselves, all the academic heads, and also with the experts, online meetings, we had so many issues to get clarification. And immediately what we decided was to go for a FDP program, a 6-day program. It was communicated to you during the semester break, all the UG staff, PG director was informed, but unfortunately it did not materialize only because of the reason that the expert speakers of today, they suggested us, advised us to take it to a little higher level, make it a national one, FDP. It is going to be useful when faculty of other colleges across the country and also the collaboration from the Higher Education Council, if obtained, if got, that's going to be a more useful thing for the institution as far as the gaining the accreditation points for the assessment is concerned. And we immediately accepted the suggestion and the proposal by them, and we decided to have just 1 day offline hands-on experience workshop which is organized today. And in the last slide, Professor Mendes Jacob showed us how the implementation process to go step by step, starting from constitution of the implementation committee, then having a session on the basic aspects of OB implementation. So I'm happy to say that we are already into the 2 steps. We have formed a committee headed by Professor Bharat, HOD of PG Mathematics Department, and as suggested and is mandated by the committee, we have the criterion leaders. Criteria 1, Professor Neena. Criteria 2, Professor Sandesh. They will be requiring data for these 2 criteria. So they are also in the team together with PG and UG staff. The entire team is constituted in consultation with Father Rector. Written instructions have gone to the coordinator. So they have undergone already a week's or 8 days extensive online FTP training program on this. This is the second one. They are already enriched on the OB implementation process. Further, the expert speakers have already assured us, they have promised us to guide us either through online sessions or through offline sessions. The expert team members, AAA team members also, they have assured their help in guiding us, because there are so many obstacles, constraints in the process of implementing it. But hook or crook, we have to go for it, and we cannot ignore this aspect as far as the assessment part is concerned. This is one aspect for your information. Then there are a few general announcements to make. We, in the previous staff meeting, I had announced more than 30 committees and committee coordinators' names. This is for the effective and smooth functioning of the academic year. Our calendars do not match. PG calendar is different, our calendar is different. So they are in the fag end of the semester. We are just starting the semester, starting the academic year. Though the academic calendars do not match, we have no other option. We are constrained to go ahead as per the directions from the management, or the rector repeatedly tells us, have activities together, UG and PG. Always. A few committees may not be able to work combined, like a timetable committee. Their timetable is a different issue. Ours is a different. Calendar committee, their academic activities to take place in a different set of time. Ours will be different. But rest of the committees can function together. So they have been announced in the previous staff management. A team will come in the month of September to take stock of the progress. So I'll be just giving the checklist to the management. This is the reports that I have received from the respective committees. Okay, previous year, academic year also, tasks were assigned to the coordinators, their checklist, plus this academic year's committee's functioning checklist, progress checklist will be handed over to the management representative. That will be placed in the governing council meeting. That's what I've been informed by both Father Rector and the Archbishop. Further, we would like to have a few more committees. I'll take just 2-3 minutes here. Apart from the OB implementation team we have with Professor Bharat as the coordinator, we'll have committees for online courses, MOOCs courses. These courses are mandatory for PG students, and they will be getting credits for that. It's mandatory, but for UG students, UG teachers, these are not mandatory. So teachers need to be upgraded with the latest developments. The courses offered by online courses offered by MOOCs for this Professor Reena Mall of Computer Science Department will be the coordinator. Of course, PG part, PG director will take care of it. For the UG teachers and students, Professor Reena Mall, you need to take care of the MOOC courses. At least a few courses to be attended by the UG staff. We'll be having annual college magazine. Every year this is brought out. Last year, Professor Arvind Kispota was the editor for the magazine. Previously, Dr. Vaddevi, and the current academic year 23-24, once again, Professor Arvind Kispota will continue to be the editor. So separate, last year separate and this year's. So the team members, editorial team will be announced a little later. And we have had a NSS unit in the college. It was functioning in the undergraduate program. Professor William was the NSS officer for 3 years, past 3 years. He has done a very good job. We extend our thanks to him for doing a wonderful work. So we'll be having a new NSS officer from this academic year. That is Dr. Shivraj, Assistant Professor, Kannada Department. Wish you all the best, Dr. Shivraj. To conduct examinations, Professor Sadebose AT was the Chief Superintendent of Examinations to take care of all the examination related issues for undergraduate courses for the entire year. Previous year, he has worked diligently, meticulously. We thank him on behalf of everyone present here for doing the good work. So we'll be having the new CS for the current academic year, Professor C. Anand. Anand is here. Yeah, he will be the Chief Superintendent for Examinations for the current academic year. So before I wind up, let me just inform you regarding a national level workshop to come up in a few days from now. PG Department of Social Work together with Research Development Council and IQSC has organized one-day national level workshop on empowering the art of research and publication skills. It will be held on September 1st. Only 40 participants are allowed, not many. Those of you are interested, kindly register. And taking it forward, so all the departments, both UG and PG, have to take up activities like this. As the audit was taken, academic audit was taken by the expert committee, the management team also will be taking the audit in the coming days. So have the action plan ready with you. So we may ask the action plan of every department and submit it to the management, or have it ready with yourself. Each department, every department, organize guest lectures, seminars, conferences, national level, international level. We have resources, we have best infrastructure, we are not lacking in anything. So kindly look into that. UG teachers have been asked to conduct bridge courses now for the first years. Kindly continue, maintain the records. Remedial classes to be held soon after the IA test or C1 component. Maintain the records. Build up the departmental profile. I had shown you a sample or a model departmental presentation in the previous meeting. Either you can follow or you can follow your own way. Start the preparation towards that. Build up your individual faculty profile, updated profile. Then other activities, extension activities to continue. Dr. Prakash Arulappa is the coordinator for that. If you have any doubts, clarifications, you can always approach him. He will guide you, even for experiential learning and other mandatory activities together with your routine academic activities. Of course, it is a multitasking work, stressful work. We have no other option. Everyone has to fall in line with the time frame and the given instructions. So these are the instructions I wanted to give. Hope to receive the cooperation from your end. I wish the coming academic year will be a fruitful one and a good one coming days. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for addressing us. Now I request our principal to give away few certificates. As I call out the names, kindly participants come on the certificates. Certificates will be given to only few, others can collect it after the tea break. Dr. A. Shivakumar from PG Department of Chemistry. Dr. Zabiullah, PG Department of Chemistry. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Mendes Jacob to give away the certificates. Mr. Bharat, PG Department of Mathematics, and Dr. Reena Francis, Dean of Commerce. you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sunil Jo to distribute the certificates. Ms. Kaustubha from Department of Psychology and Sister Vimal Angeline from Department of English. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Arthur Pinto, the Director of Postgraduation Center, to distribute the certificates. Professor A.T. Sadabose, Dean of Languages. And Professor Agnes Sylvia D'Souza from Department of Chemistry. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Nagaraj to come on stage to give the certificates. Dr. Praveen Saldana from Department of Economics. Dr. Deepa from Department of Business Administration. And Dr. Soumya P from Department of Sociology. Thank you, sir. We are end of the one-day workshop. Now I request Dr. Deepa to give away the vote of thanks.
Reverend Fathers, administrators, resource persons, principal, vice principals, coordinators, faculty members, IQAC team, technical staff, and dear participants. As we draw the curtains on this enlightening day workshop on outcome-based education, it is my privilege and honor to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to the success of this event. We extend our sincere gratitude to Reverend Dr. Bernard Prakash Barnes, Rector, Reverend Father Maria Xavier, Vice Rector, Reverend Father Praveen Gregory, Campus Administrator, Reverend Father Christopher, Assistant Rector. I thank them in their absence. Our sincere appreciation to Dr. Sunil Job, our esteemed resource person, for sharing insights on Bloom's taxonomy. Your expertise has illuminated our understanding. Thank you very much, sir. A warm thanks to Dr. Mendes Jacob, our esteemed resource person, for discussing attainment calculation and useful analytics for accreditation. Your contribution has been invaluable. Thank you very much, sir. Our gratitude extends to Dr. Ravi J.D. Saldana, the principal of St. Philomena's College, for his continuous support and guidance that lead our institution with excellence. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate the dedication of Mr. Nagaraj Aras, Vice Principal Academics, for his commitment to academic excellence and his contribution to this workshop. Thank you. Thanks to Ronald Prakash Kutino, sir, Vice Principal Administration, for his effective administration that keeps our college running smoothly. I thank him in his absence. A heartfelt thanks to Mr. A. Thomas Gunasilan, IQAC Coordinator, for his efforts in maintaining and enhancing the quality of our institution. Thank you, sir. Our appreciation goes to Professor Adbert Pinto, PG Director, for his valuable insights that contribute to shaping the postgraduate education. Thank you, sir. We express our gratitude to Ms. Lydia Vandana, Controller of Examination, for her meticulous planning and execution of examinations, ensuring academic integrity. Thank you, ma'am. A big thanks to all UG and PG teaching faculties who actively participated and engaged in meaningful discussion throughout the workshop. Our appreciation extends to IQAC team for their dedication to maintaining and enhancing the quality of the institution's academic activities. Special thanks to Mr. William Joseph for skillfully comparing the program, and to Mr. Joel for designing the brochure and certificates that added a professional touch. We are grateful to Ms. Miriam and Ms. Nanda for their efforts in organizing the registration, ensuring the smooth flow of the event. Thank you. A sincere thanks to the technical staff, Mr. John Joseph, Mr. Swaminathan, Mr. Vivek, Mr. Manoj, for their support in ensuring the technical aspects which ran seamlessly. We appreciate the contribution of Mr. Rajesh, the supervisor, Mr. Martin, acoustic administrator, for their roles in making this event a grand success. Our heartfelt gratitude to Mother Caterers for providing delicious refreshments and lunch, keeping us energized throughout the day. To each and every participant who attended this workshop, thank you for your active engagement and enthusiasm in contributing to meaningful discussion. In conclusion, it is the combined efforts and dedication of each individual present that have made this workshop a resounding success. Let us carry the insights gained here into our academic pursuits and continue to strive for the excellence in education. Thank you all once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable vote of thanks. I would like to recall from the session 1, think, feel, and do. We thought about it. I think we have felt it in our nerves. Now it's our time to do it. Hoping that we'll do a better plan for the upcoming academic year. In that hope, we are winding up today's session. Thank you all for participating. Before we leave the auditorium, kindly give your feedbacks. QR code will be passed on to you. Kindly give your valuable feedback through that. Thank you all. I request Mr. Joel to help with the QR code. It is with Ms. Miriam.